call the meeting to order, and why don't we start with the chief, who had some things he wanted to say. So, Chief, I'll give you the floor.
All right. Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you again for taking the time to be part of this code adoption process. It means a lot to get a document that works well for Oregon. I just wanted to bring up that, you know, something about our scope and purpose. And so we all believe in safety for Oregonians. We can all agree on that. ORS 455.020 establishes our purpose and scope. The NEC contains some differences in its purpose and scope than our statute does. The NEC also regulates and creates standards outside of our electrical program and building codes division scope. So we need to consider these differences during our adoption process and the consideration of construction costs and most recently material availability. So these are all things that I think are important. So the ORS 455.20 in part, it says the purpose, scope of application, exceptions, scope of rules, fees by rules. This chapter is enacted to enable the director of the Department of Consumer and Business Services to promulgate a state building code to govern the construction, reconstruction, alteration, repair of buildings and other structures and installation of mechanical devices and equipment therein, and to require correction of unsafe condition caused by earthquakes in existing buildings. The state building code shall establish uniform performance standards, providing reasonable safeguards for health, safety, welfare, comfort, and security of the residents of the state who are occupants and users of buildings, and will provide for the use of modern methods, devices, materials, techniques, and practical maximum energy conservation. So again, this is in ORS 455.020. And I just wanted to point out what our charge is and what our goals and our purpose and our scope, what sets our standards here for the state of Oregon. So if you have any questions on that.
Well, I just have a comment about it, and maybe it's a question. ORS 479.520 lays out the purpose of the electrical safety law, which is to protect the health and safety of the people of Oregon from the danger of electricity-caused shocks, fires, and explosions, and to protect property situated in Oregon from the hazard of electrically caused fires and explosions. And so that's what I was referring to when I said at the last meeting that the purpose of the code is to protect the life and property of Oregonians, but it does say from fires and explosions, not, for example, damages caused by electrical surges, or not fires or explosions. But nonetheless, I think it's consistent with what's in 455.
Yes, they tie together, yes.
Yeah.
So that's all I had, unless I had some questions on that.
No, that's fine. Well, let's go back, look at the review, the matrix that was handed out today and all the actions that were taken. Did anybody have any comments on those? Do you think that Laura got accurately captured what we did? Or did not accurately? I looked through it yesterday and I thought it was okay. And then it's also in table 1E is the actual language, and we can look at that. If you haven't had a chance to look at it, maybe you can do that at a break or something. We have Keith on the line here. It's one of these boxes who's prepared to give us a presentation on surge suppression, surge suppressive SPD, which we tabled. That's 2542. Yeah, 23067. Yeah. Yeah. So Keith, you want to ready to go?
Sure, not a problem. So I just there were some questions. Good morning, everyone. My name is Keith Waters. I am a industry standards manager with Schneider Electric. Have responsibility for all of our activities around circuit protection, surge protection, automation and control, and then I also carry an ad hoc responsibility for a couple of other areas as well. But the focus today was just to maybe answer some of the questions that came up at the last meeting as it relates to surge protection. So one of the things that I wanted to address is there is sometimes thought that a surge is a lightning strike. And while a lightning strike in area can create, surges through the system, whereas a direct lightning strike can be a lot more catastrophic, there are a lot of other, and quite frankly, more often where surges occur and happen. So you see it anytime you have any type of voltage event. It could be a capacitive switching event that the utility does to maintain voltage. That capacitive switching creates a surge. Any type of motor that you have, in a residence or a facility also has the capability during startup and during its operation to create a surge, and depending on the types of surges and the magnitudes of those surges can depend on what type of danger they might have, right? So as we look at a number of these, you could see in they could create issues in residences. They could create issues for electronics. You have everyone's got electronics now, right? You got electronic controls in HVAC, electronics on your washer and dryers, ranges, refrigerators, lighting, entertainment centers. If you have your Alexa, so there's lots of electronics. You have electronics in your protection, right? You have electronics related to arc fault and ground fault breakers. They have built-in surge protection that they are susceptible to super large surges. So you have all of these components in a residence, and then if you move into other buildings, you get the same and sometimes larger opportunities for surges. There was a survey done recently, and I think everyone should have gotten a copy of it. I'm not going to address that. That was a topic of a webinar that was done in the spring, sponsored by ESFI and NECA, and then another presentation that was done at the NECA annual meeting. But that information might give you the broader scope of some of the areas and what people see in their facilities, whether it's a commercial facility, an industrial facility, and then some comments. And there's additional stuff as it relates to dwellings, which was the original NEC 220 approval from the code in terms of focusing on dwellings to protect the electronics in the homes. So the point here is that you have, when you hear about surges, it's not just created by lightning. There are a lot of other activities that can create surges within a residence, within a commercial building, within an industrial building. So it's a kind of wide and varied. Anything that is going to cause the voltage to increase is something that can create that surge. So, and then there was some questions, I think, as it relates to multifamily applications. You know, one of the there was a change in 2023 to expand the surge protection from just the service to the individual apartments or condos. The focus of that was to get the surge protection as close to the actual equipment and items that you want to protect. Because one of the things with surge protection is you do get a cascading effect. You can do this one at service can chop it a little bit, next one can chop it, and then your strip one that you've got it plugged into may take the whatever's left. So you have multiple ways of doing that. Now, the code does allow, if you put it in, with 2023, if the code will allow, if you put it into the directly into the apartments, you do not have to put it at the service. The only thing that would drive it at both places is if there was a distribution panel between the service and the load center in the dwelling unit, because the way the wording is such, it would be the exception for Article 230 is to provide it would need to be in the next one down in order to meet the exception to not require it in the services. So those are a couple things there. Today in the 2023, another question was related to feeders and services. You have it's either in 230, it's either on the service or the next distribution equipment downstream. And so so it can be in any either or place there. And then, so it doesn't necessarily have to be on one or the other as it relates to feeders in Article 230. I mean, there's some other areas that you have to read as well. So there was a question on the 10 kAI nominal rating. Could I ask what the question was, and I don't want to assume to answer it. I'm trying to hit the questions that people sent me. So if anyone has any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Does anyone have a question about the 10 kA nominal rating? I think that one question about that is that the commonly used surge protective strips that people employ at the load don't meet that rating. And
that is correct. Yes.
So if you think that you're accomplishing this requirement by using a surge strip, you're not.
Right. The 10 Ki nominal is a required marking by UL 1449, which is the UL surge protective device standard. And so in the Article 230, you can use either type 1 SPDs or type 2. The type 1 SPDs, their standard rating is a 10 Ki nominal and will be as marked. That you also can get 20 Ka. The type 2 have a varied, because they're produced to be put anywhere in an electrical system, no matter what the opportunity to see a surge might be. So you can see those could be, 3, 5, 10, or 20, with 20 being the max that's tested. And so with the 10 Ka, you now have, for your service, with the 10K requirement, whether you use a type 1 or type 2, you're going to have the same level and same marking. And that protection provides a life extension in taking the number of surges that can be hit or taken by the SPD. I'm trying not to. If anybody has any further questions or anything, feel free to let me know, and I'll be happy to get way more in depth than any of you want to hear on a number of these items. But
we don't need to design the products.
yeah, exactly. So, but
anybody have any other questions for Keith?
I have
Jim?
one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. I have one question. Let's say you have a motor load at a residence, and is your spike going to be the same like size spike every time that motor starts up, or can it fluctuate?
so depending on during startup, it could change a little bit based on where the load is. If it's loaded, it's going to be different than if it's unloaded, right? It's going to be different if it's across the line versus a 2-stage where you may have 2 contactors, or if you've got a variable frequency drive or a soft start. So in all of those that we tend to think of those in terms of larger installations, but we see those on smaller installations as well with motors, and so that I think the answer is it could be varying depending on the type of controls, the type of motor, and whether it's loaded or unloaded.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for Keith? Keith, thank you so much for taking the time to help us understand this important issue. And turn off my timer.
All right. Thank you very much. And if you ever have any other questions, feel free to let me know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, so we did not take action on 215 or 215-18, and we did not take action on 230-67. They're closely related, and maybe 230-67 is sort of drives the requirement in 215. So maybe we should consider that first. Is there any further discussion of the requirement that, in Oregon, we just didn't adopt 230-67. We have 2 public comments or public, they're called PPs. I don't know what that stands for. Public proposals to rescind that. And I think you all got this pile of these things, and I don't know if there's anything in these requests that provides further information about why.
14.
So there are 13 and 14. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, they just say to delete it. There's no technical argument. Oh yeah, there's a whole page.
Labor too.
Yeah. That's a very thorough explanation from Eric Sherman. Mike?
Mr. Chair, thank you. So I guess when I come to these meetings, I put on many hats and represent a couple of entities.
Mike.
Sorry.
On your mic,
Mike. Most of you know I'm an electrical contractor. So with that respect, implementing these into the code helps me profit. I'll sell these things hand over fist because they're required. I represent NECA. NECA is probably neutral on it or would probably support them. But I also sit here representing Oregonians. And I, as an Oregonian, have 2 of these in my house. The only reason I have 2 of these in my house is because I'm an electrical contractor that when I built my house 12 years ago, the vendor I use, Color Hammer, supplied me with 2 panels with them built into it. I have not looked at them. I do not know if they're working. I do not know if the green lights are on. That's me as an electrical contractor and electrician. I don't feel like Oregonians as a whole are going to, I feel like they're going to be in the same boat I am. They're not going to even know what they are or that they're working or if they do blow that they're blown. And I don't think, I cannot support adding that cost to residential dwellings at this time. That's just my perspective.
have a motion.
Well, I can motion not to adopt.
Okay. A motion to not adopt 23067 in its entirety. Okay. Any discussion? Or comments? John?
I know. As far as availability, supply chain issues, I know last cycle that was a problem, and I've run into it trying to get it for some dwellings. Is it readily available now, or is it? I don't do a ton of residential, so I'm not sure on that. If there's a big supply chain, then it starts to add some difficulty there. But I don't know that I'm opposed to it. I think you know, at this point, I think it's not a bad idea, even though I wish that the manufacturer takes seriously that when it stops working, there's no notification. That seems, I mean, our smoke detectors beep at you when their batteries start going dead. We should have something that says, hey, you need to change this out. It's not working anymore. But that's just my thought on it.
Nathan?
Yes.
This is Keith. I'd like to make a comment on this, just from the my perspective and what I've seen, you know, come across my desk in the last 3 years. So this has not been any concern that I'm aware of, or I haven't had any reports of massive failures, you know, due to these surges that they talk about. You know, personally, I think they're a great idea. I mean, but looking at the additional cost to which I came up with a number, I think it's an old number of $500 to $750 to install one of these, and the contractors could probably, you know, give a closer, more current figure on that. I'm not sure the additional cost, you know, is going to provide a huge benefit to Oregonians overall. So if I, you know, want to put this product in and protect my big screen TV, and, you know, I can take the responsibility and have that put in. I've never had a home, you know, with this protection in it myself personally, but anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you.
Through the chair, this is Randy.
Randy?
So I can tell you right now, depending on what brand you're going to buy, you're going to run into some supply chain issues right now. That would be my, a real concern for me as a contractor. If we were to, if this were to be enforced, or we'd have to do this, we would have to make some sort of an exception, something to accommodate that, because all of a sudden, if every new project required these, I can guarantee there would be a shortage, because I have customers waiting for them. They just ask for them right now. So I can't imagine if it was mandatory, how it would even get these with, in any kind of timely manner. We'd be going back, months, possibly even more after the job was done to install these. And if we couldn't get a final inspection, there'd be a very large ripple effect, I do believe, on this right now. I also have a concern in that if it's mandatory that we put them in, there's so many different levels of them that, as a contractor, we're bidding against, other contractors, you're just going to see the cheapest of the cheapest getting put in. So I don't know if we're even accomplishing what is trying to be accomplished. So I don't know if there's a way to, we'd have to mandate the certain levels, and I think they're a great idea. I have them myself, but I did the research and put them in to protect the equipment that I have. So, but the supply issue would be a real concern to me.
Did you say you have a customer that currently has or back ordered?
Yes, well, it's been consistent for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So every one of my customers has them now. That I don't have anybody waiting for one now, but every time somebody wants one, I have stocked a couple on the shelves, so I didn't have to wait anymore.
Mhm.
But there for a while, it was taking me months to get them.
Oh, okay, thank you. Barry, did you want to say something?
I'm just looking at one of our vendors' websites, and there's an Eaton product sitting on their shelf with quantity of 425. It's a level 2. It's a panel mount style. It's got an audible alarm. Cost on that unit's $150. That's a panel mounted hardwired. Then they've got a surge style breaker. That's a plug-in. $60.40. 575 on the shelf.
So the cost estimate of $500 is probably not accurate. More like
Yeah.
$150 maybe
Yeah.
installed or something. Yeah. Right?
Yep.
Just a comment. It's interesting that when we hear the different comments around here, that everybody's sort of suggesting that they don't want this to be a rule, but everybody has them voluntarily in their locations or in their equipment. Speaking for the Oregonians, but to Mike's comment, there's some Oregonians out there that probably don't know they benefit from surge protection until after they've been hit by a surge. And then they get educated and figure out that if they would have had a surge protector, maybe not, they would have been protected or at that level. But the interesting thing is the general education of the public doesn't know about this concern or this problem. It seems to be an electrical industry concern. But it's just an observation that we're not mandating it, but everybody that's made a comment so far mostly have had that installed in their property, on their personal property.
Are you speaking in favor of the motion, or?
I'm speaking against the motion.
Joe?
I have a comment. I live out in the country. I have a well, I have a AC, all this stuff. So my well's across the line. I don't have a drive on or anything, and AC is across the line. I do not have surge protectors. And I get windstorms, power goes out sometimes. I haven't had any problem. I have a nice TV and electronics that most people have. So I feel this should be the end users their choice instead of mandating it, because it is extra cost and all this stuff. So I live in the real world where this surges could happen. I haven't had any problems. I've lived out there for 6 years, and anyway, I just feel it should be the customer's choice instead of a mandate. So
You're in favor of the motion?
yes.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, well, since we obviously are divided, why don't we Why don't we have them raise your hands? If you're in favor of the motion to not adopt 23067 in its entirety, raise your hand. Opposed? And okay, I guess that motion carries. You're like me on panel 10, Brian. It's everybody. I'm like that on panel 10. It's one opposed, and it's me. Voted against this at panel 10, in fact. Okay, so that takes us to 215. And I assume we're going to vote the same way on that one. You can get a motion on that.
Motion or not? Straightforward then.
So the motion is to not adopt 215.18 in its entirety. Any discussion? All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? So that carries as well. So this is I guess the motion on 23067 included rejecting the public prompt proposals and I assume, correct?
Yes.
You made the motion?
Well, yeah, you can't have both. So.
Yeah. Sort of go, they do fit together. Okay, let's go back to 110.17. And I had said that we ought to think about this and come up with an idea. And so I did think about it and come up with an idea. I don't know if anybody else did, but and I submitted it and you have it. It's this piece of paper with my name spelled incorrectly on it.
Mr. Chair, Nathan,
That's
Nathan, before we move on from SPDs, I think we got one more at 22542.
oh, in outside feeders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to make a motion?
Make a motion that carries forward with the others.
Not to adopt, right?
Not to adopt.
Correct.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed?
Thanks.
Thank you for putting that up. I should know that. Panel 10. Okay, so does everybody have this? And those online, they have access to it? Laura? Yeah. Anybody not have it? Anybody raising their hand? Okay, so what I did is I just said, well, they came up with a definition of servicing, and that's kind of what our previous informational note was about, was the definition of servicing. So I said, let's get rid of that informational note and put it in the definition of servicing, and added an informational note to see that. I wasn't sure whether leaving this whole reconditioned equipment with all of the subsections was going to create problems for the inspectors, really, primarily. And then that flows down, obviously, the customers and contractors. And then on the servicing side, I didn't feel that their definition really was consistent with what we had done in the last cycle. So I put what we had in the informational note as in positive language as the new definition for what servicing is. And then I got rid of in the 110.17, I deleted all of the language about original equipment manufacturer instructions and this detailed set of rules for inspectors to follow, and just use the same language that we used last cycle. So what I attempted to do was just carry forward what we did last cycle in a way that's consistent with the current structure in the NEC. And I was pretty confident on the 110.17, although I wasn't sure if we wanted that informational note 1. If it's not enforceable, so it's probably not problematic. So I left it, and I wasn't sure if the definition of reconditioned equipment and 110.20 as it's currently written was going to potentially cause problems. And I don't know how much contractors or inspectors are seeing any of this applied in the field. And Keith, I know you've told me that the exception that we put in, or just the informational note that we put in last cycle, has been very helpful to straighten out how to apply this. So I would look to you to comment on my proposal as well. So it's there for your consideration. I just thought it would give us a place to start a conversation. I'd figured that no one else would have done this, so I did it.
Yeah. Let me grab it.
Anybody have any comments?
I thought you did a really good job, and it was, I like that it's a lot more concise. When we start getting those big lists, it always tends to be problematic as far as I'm concerned, and just distilling it down. And I also think the language we had last really helped with like Oregon Breaker and some of that misunderstanding there, and I think it cleared it up. So I think it was a good call.
Yeah. Thank you. I was thinking about 110.20 that there is a reconditioning industry out there, and people to actually do that and get products listed and everything. So this lays out the guidelines for doing that if somebody wants to do it. If they don't want to follow that path and they just want to call it servicing, in most cases that probably would fit into that category as well. So it's slightly ambiguous, and it creates kind of two different alternate paths, but that's what we did last cycle. Keith, you have anything to say?
Yeah. So yeah, this looks real good. I just didn't want to lose anything by removing the note. It's whatever the group or the committee thinks clarity, day to day out into the field for the inspectors and the installers, that they are allowed, to recondition or service equipment, as we've always done in Oregon. I know I did personally a lot of it when I had the tools on, and and I think it worked well. It served the customers well. So this is, I think this helps. I again just want to make sure that there's enough that something isn't overlooked. That would be helpful to an inspector. Maybe Russ has some ideas, but this has come across my desk over the last several 3 years a number of times, and the note has seemed to take care of most of that. So
what I was thinking, Keith, was that by putting in the new informational note 2 that refers you to servicing, that, and then what we had before is now in servicing, that you still had a pretty clear path to follow. But I don't know, I'm just kind of, I don't know what it looks like from an inspector's perspective. Russ?
Yes, Russ here. I don't see a lot of this recondition and servicing. I think what you have proposed here is very well laid out and helps carry forward the intent of last cycle. And if the committee wants to go forward with that, which I make a motion to adopt this, so I think it's well laid out and does the job.
Any comments? And please state your name for the record and all that stuff, and turn on the mic.
Good morning, everybody. Name is Jim Imlaw. I got a question for you, the inspectors and the installers. What do you consider a recognized component? Are we going to have a problem with you saying, I recognize this, but you don't? Is there a definition that would clarify this up to help you understand? What do you say recognized? Who determines that? I'm just asking the question because I'm a little bit in the fog here.
It is a recognized component. It is a thing. It's got that little bug ULR on it. It's not listed. It's recognized.
It's classified, is it not?
It is.
recognized and classified?
I don't know that. And
Okay.
I'm not an expert on
Through the
UL.
chair, it does say with listed or recognized components, so it does mention listed is the first option.
It
Yeah.
does. But I'm just asking, what would you consider a recognized component if we have the inspectors out there? You got to make that determination. I'm just asking for clarification. Thank you.
Okay. So Rabbi Google says the UL recognized component mark, UL component recognition means that UL or UL Solutions has evaluated components or materials intended for use in a complete product or system. These components are intended only for end-use products that may be eligible for UL certification. So, for example, I think in our rules on panel building, which a supervising electrician can do, you're required to use UL listed or UL recognized components, but you can't just put any old thing in there. It is a thing. It's got a definition. It's a real, it's not just a term of art. I think if you look at a lot of things like terminal strips, some relays, a lot of those kind of panel components, you'll see that ULR bug on it, which indicates that it's a recognized component. Is that consistent with you guys' experience?
So to clarify the motion, if I can, Russ, your motion is to not adopt the 2023 NEC of 110, 17 and 20 and adopt language, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Well, I would rephrase that. It's adopted as amended.
As amended.
As amended.
Yeah. As amended. Okay, and my other question is for the chief, because I'm like Russ, this is I look at this with a 10,000 foot view. Keith, do you think this gets us there, or do you think it needs any kind of tweaking at all?
The only thing that I had looked at is where it talks about, let's see. In 110.20, it talked about that are either the last part of the sentence talked about either provided by the original equipment manufacturer or they're designed by an engineer experienced in the design and replacement. And I didn't know if it would be any benefit to put something in there about the supervising electrician, because we give him, allow him to engineer also. I think that may have been what the note helped clarify, but again, I might be going overboard. That the servicing and maintenance redefined may take care of it, and it may not be an issue.
Well, we could insert the words or supervising electrician after engineer at the end of 110.20 in the charging language. If you think that would be helpful.
I think it would be helpful, when we're a year out and somebody, brings it to the table. So.
In the paragraph 110.20, the charging paragraph, that's all one sentence. So at the end of it, it says, or that are designed by an engineer experienced in the design of replacement parts. Say, or that are designed by an engineer or selected by a supervising electrician, because they're not likely to design parts.
Right.
Selected by a supervising electrician. I don't know. I don't want to do this on the fly. I can do something and then get it to Laura and we can put it up on the screen, but it's not so straightforward.
You would withdraw your motion.
Actually, I think what we could say is equipment that is restored to operating condition shall be reconditioned with identifiable replacement parts verified under applicable product standards that are either provided by an original equipment manufacturer, comma, a supervising electrician, comma, or that are designed by an engineer. Well, I think that gets at what you're talking about. Just did it. I don't know if I can share my screen or not. Probably not. I don't need to. Did you just do it? Can you put it on the screen? Actually, I think what we should have is provided by the original equipment manufacturer or the supervising electrician, comma, or that are designed by an engineer. It's provided by the original equipment manufacturer or the supervising electrician, or that are designed by an engineer. So it could be an OEM part or something that you as a supervising electrician decided was suitable, or a part designed by an engineer that's got experience, which might also be what you selected as a supervising electrician, but I don't know how you could possibly enforce that last clause about the engineer who designed it. I don't know how you'd even know who designed it. I mean, that's ridiculous language. But not on CMP 1, so. Pardon me? Everyone in China's engineer with experience, yeah. Okay, with that amendment, then, is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that's done. Okay, then let's see, we stopped at 230.82. So I guess that's where we are. There's the changes to 230.82 are in several locations. Instead of listing a specific section of the article, it lists a part in the article. And that's to comply with the style manual, which says that you can't refer to a specific section. So throughout the code, you'll see these changes where it used to say, shall be bonded in accordance with parts with 250 dot whatever. Now it will say part 7 of Article 250, and that came out of the usability task group. So I had much of that in your panels, but we certainly did in mine. And then in subsection 10, it talks about emergency disconnects in accordance with 230.85, which we haven't adopted in Oregon, but if someone did want to put in an emergency disconnect, they would be able to put it in ahead of the, this is an emergency disconnect that is not a service disconnect. Goes in ahead of the service disconnect, so this tells you how to ground it. If somebody did want to do that, they could still do it. They're just not required to do it. This tells you how to do it. So this is a pretty minor changes, I think. Mostly just clarifications. Would added list item 12 to protect workers. But am I looking? 3082, list item 12. We have a, or is it, were you talking maybe about a different item? This list item 12 is. To protect workers. Oh, I see why you would think protective. That's not to protect workers necessarily. I'm more likely to protect the equipment. This is just anything that you're connecting ahead of the, on the supply side of the service. And if you had a control power relay that was going to disconnect the main, you'd have to power it ahead of the main. Work, so. But that's for, it's not identified in the online version. Any comments, discussion? Motion to adopt. Motion to adopt. No cost impact. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. 23085 is the emergency disconnects, which also was added in probably 215 and 225, I'm guessing. Tabled it in 15. 25. Well, it wouldn't be in 215 because it's only outdoor. Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, this is Bud Hill, inspector with the city of LeGrand, Union County. I had our fire chief and a few contractors ask me what the reasoning was for not adopting this section from a safety standpoint of approaching a house that's on fire.
What did you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Our fire chief had approached me and last year when this section wasn't adopted and asked me if I knew what the reasoning was for not adopting this section.
And your answer was?
I told him I didn't know. From a safety standpoint, I thought it was a good idea for a firefighter. I told him I'd try to find out.
Through the chair, this is Randy Smith.
Go ahead, Randy.
So I do live in a small community over on the coast in Newport. And I did talk to the city of Newport and the city of Toledo fire departments last go around. And again, this go around. And also to add to that, we do have in our area, we have an electrician. He's an apprentice. He's in his late, last, year of his apprenticeship, and he is a volunteer fire department firefighter. Nobody over here understands why they will not touch a house until the utility company comes out and de-energizes the house at the transformer, at the pole. I've asked to explain to them the, this disconnecting things, and they don't have, even with an electrician on there that would be there on site that is a firefighter, they will not approach a house till the utility company comes out. So this disconnect would not, they won't touch it, even if there's safety disconnect on the house. So they didn't see that there was any point in having it. It would not change anything. They would treat it as an energized house until the utility company comes out and tells them that there is no, the house has been de-energized. The other thing is, if you look up, if we're, we talk about the costs, and it's pretty extreme to over here on the coast. I don't know that it would affect anybody else, and in all reality, if it was deemed that it actually was a safety issue, that it would save lives, I wouldn't, costs, I don't know if it's how important that is, but for something that around here nobody's going to utilize, and then the cost of it, it's I won't give you the full breakdown, but the difference between we use stainless steel over here, and the difference between a steel one and a stainless steel one, or a stainless steel meter without a disconnect and a stainless steel, it's about $3,000. That's just for a 200 amp service. It's quite a bit more for a 400 amp. So there's a huge cost increase to the customer if we were to have to start putting these on every building or every house. But the biggest thing I can't quite understand, why we're being told it's a safety issue, but then I've got the people that it's supposed to be protecting saying they won't go near it anyway. So I don't quite understand that. And it could be different in different areas, but that's the feedback I'm getting here.
You want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we leave it the way it is, the way we had it last year or last time. That we do not accept the modification.
Up to 3085 in its entirety.
Nathan, I can make a comment on this.
Okay, hang on a second. I want to know what the motion is.
Yeah.
Motion is to not adopt 23085 in its entirety. Is that correct?
If that is how it was, if that's what we did the last time, I'm trying to read it in its entirety at this moment, but
Well, that would be with all the subsections and, it goes on, there's an A and a B and a C and a D and an E.
yeah, no, is that what we did last time, Nathan?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, my motion is to not adopt it in its entirety.
Okay. Keith, before you go, Mike, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I had a couple of comments. So to answer the online question, I don't know that I have the exact answer, and my memory is not always best, but being a part of this committee last time around, there are other guys here that could probably speak to this. I don't believe we had any comments from the fire chiefs throughout the state of Oregon at the time requesting that it was an absolute necessity. We as a committee talked about it and the cost that would be incurred to Oregonians at the time. That was one aspect of why we didn't move it forward. Another aspect that we talked about was there could be residences with people inside that have life safety equipment plugged in or turned on, and people would have access to turn off power to their house outside their house. That was another thing we talked about. My concern moving forward right now is we don't do a lot of meter main services. There are on occasions we do them because the customer wants the panel remoted inside the house or some other reasons. You cannot get 200 amp meter main services right now. They are back ordered, cannot get them. I'm on a waiting list for 10 right now. And when they trickle in, but I don't know what the rest of the United States is doing to meet the demand of wiring their houses, doing some special codes, but I personally cannot get 200 amp meter main services.
You too? Yeah. You do a lot of residential, so. Okay, Keith.
Yeah. So as the chief, I take safety concerns, quite seriously, and this is to answer Bud's question on this. So we have all in-house, we have retired fire marshal that was Walton Valley, I think, for his career. And then also I gave it to the state fire marshal to shop it around and take it to some committees and different things, which he did, and to get back, to us to see how this was supported and whether it was actually a safety issue. So the results of that was that I was told they would not do anything differently than they do right now without the disconnect, if the disconnect was installed, which pretty much supports what Randy found out, that they're going to wait until they pull the fuse at the transformer. They were excited about the disconnect for being able to freeze the, the site, the fire, in the position where all the breakers would be, in the position they were when the fire started, when they pulled the switch. But as far as the safety concern, no one supported that. Like I say, the information I got from him, sharing that with different committees. So anyway, that's how I came to the conclusion on this. The one problem that is a real safety concern are the primary high voltage lines. They seem to have some incidences running into those with their ladders and that. But as far as the secondaries, I couldn't find anything that would support, the additional installation and cost of a external disconnect on a home.
Okay, thank you, Keith. Anybody else? Ryan?
Just one comment regarding, the safety of things, or the safety of this disconnector. Who could possibly use this disconnect? So far, we've heard a lot about different firefighters and different emergency personnel, doing their current protocols of getting the utility there to access the building and things like that. One of the things I haven't heard yet is, and I thought it was one of the stories being told as to why this got into the code, was the fact that emergency disconnects are not just for firefighters, they're actually probably for the people that are in the building. If they have a problem or concern, some people are trained to run outside the building, try to figure things out while they're outside the building. They see a fire's going on, maybe it's electrical. If they had an emergency disconnect on the side of the house, they might be able to go over there and reach and turn it off while they're waiting for the fire department or the utility to show up. Thus sort of maybe allowing the fire not to be fed by the electrical problem or concern any further. But I just want to bring a comment up. It sounds like we're more concerned about firefighters not having to access this or waiting for the utility to show up. But while that fire is taking place, there's also another opportunity for the person inside the house to sort of self-rescue or do some self-help for themselves. So just want to make sure that we're addressing concerns of Oregonians as well as firefighters.
Okay, anybody else? Just hang on just a second. I wanted to something on that. I think that the PI that led to this requirement was committee statement was this revision recognizes the need for outdoor disconnect for first responders. These requirements are practical, feasible, and provide installers with multiple options. They first responders and utility personnel do not have a way to safely remove power from the structure unless there's a means to disconnect it located on the outside of said structure, readily accessible location. That's the panel statement. The original PI, I'm on this panel, so I remember this. The original PI did call it a first responder disconnect, and the panel felt like that was not an appropriate name for it because it could be used by someone other than a first responder. But the intent was, and all of the discussion was around first responders. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion to.
There is a Zoom question.
I can't see that.
Hi, my name is Jerry. My name is Jerry O'Connor with Eaton. I'm just curious with I'm sitting here listening and I have to question. So if the fire department goes in and if there is a person in a home that's on fire, they wait for the utility to come out and pull a fuse? It's kind of the logic I'm hearing from some.
I don't think anybody said that, Jerry. What they said was they would, that the disconnect was not used in the firefighting techniques that they use and have on the fire, at the site, does not depend on whether or not a disconnect is present.
I've just from my history of reading on this was submitted by a firefighter, and the firefighter, I believe it was the Firefighter Association, also put a submittal in the same time with regards to this, and it was just to protect those members of the firefighting association.
Yeah, all I can speak to is, what was done here in Oregon, and that it was thoroughly discussed, through that community. And I'm sure not everybody was, in agreement, but this is the report that I received back from them.
This PI was submitted by Jimmy Dollard of the IBW. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to continue to not adopt 23085? Say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. We probably want to go back to 225. 41 adds this requirement for 1 and 2 family dwellings supplied by a feeder. Already has a disconnect, of course, at the supply end of the feeder, but another one. Any discussion or motion? Motion to not adopt. We have a motion to not adopt 22541. Any discussion of the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Okay. Two 3091. My good book isn't being highlighted. It's another one that got the section maybe got changed for 3091 is changes in 23091. Well, no bullets, not in the book. First, this means it's always been required to be integral to or immediately adjacent. That's not new. That was identified as a change.
Yeah, on the list.
I wonder. Well, there's nothing marked in the book. Doesn't look like any new language to me.
I'll research and if there's.
Okay. No action. No action.
Through the chair, Nathan. This is Randy Smith. Hey, I if you recall our conversation yesterday, due to a family incident, I'm going to need to excuse myself for just a little bit.
Okay.
I apologize to the committee for any inconveniences, but I will be back as fast as I can.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for understanding.
Thanks for making it when you could. We'll go to 23095C. This is ground fault protection of equipment. Advises persons having. Well, that's an Oregon amendment. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we have an Oregon amendment. That's in table 1E. Any comments? Do we want to maintain that?
Not hearing any concerns by the chief, I would motion that we carry forward the Oregon amendment.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Article 235 is a new article that takes all of everything over 1,000 volts and pulls it out of Articles 210, 215, 225, and 230 and puts it into a new article that is called feeders, branch circuits, feeders, overcurrent protection, inside and outside feeders, and services. We would have a lot of work to do if we don't adopt this. Not that I agree with it. Any discussion? The intent was to not change anything. No new requirements, just relocating everything. Whether they accomplish that or not, we'll find out. You guys are picking it apart. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? You want to take a 10-minute break? Call the meeting back to order. Joe Goshi educated me during the break that what the fire departments do is that they won't put water in the building until the power is disconnected. But if there's somebody in the building that needs to be rescued, they will go into the building before the utility gets there. That makes more sense than listening to someone scream, I guess, or whatever. Okay. Article 240. Okay, 240 4D, CF fuses. D. Anything about CF fuses? In the wrong. Oh. It should be 240.2. D1. D1.
E1, 2.
Let's start using the code book, I guess. You saw. That's probably a typo. I'm guessing.
E1, 2C. Didn't bring it forward.
Yeah, so get that, Laura, that should be 240.2, not 4. D1 and D3. It's actually B.
It's 4. It's 4D.
It is 4?
It is 4 D1,
Oh, there.
2
Okay.
C. It's way down there.
D1, 2. And then the next one is D1, 3. These are the 2, 4, 3, 1, 2, 4.
That's right
Oh,
here.
there's just
One.
2. Oh, I see.
It's one here.
Yeah, I got it.
One here.
CF, yeah, they added CF fuses. Okay, take that one at a time. Okay, sorry. I don't know why this is of importance. I don't know why we did it. It's for these small wires. Any motion to accept?
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And then we go to D3.
New section.
Well, that's a whole
For
new
10 amps,
section for
yeah.
14 gauge copper clad aluminum. Okay, so this is about, with LED lighting, we're starting to see that they've adding 10 amp overcurrent protection devices and 10 amp circuits, because that's plenty for the lighting circuits. And with the copper clad aluminum folks got their wire approved for that purpose. They had a whole bunch of other uses, some of which got approved, some of which didn't. But they'll be back next cycle too. But I think you'll start seeing for residential, especially 10 amp lighting circuits. Maybe. I don't know. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we have H, dwelling unit services. Will be permitted to be protected against overcurrent at the ampacity values in 310.12. This must be a correlation thing that's dreamed up.
Yeah, it's just it's saying what we already know. Motion to adopt.
All those in favor? Opposed? Apparently that was a conflict. Okay, that was H. Now we have 6A. A
Table.
6A has got a change in it. By adding the 10 amp. Go to the table. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. And 6D, remotely accessible trip circuit breakers. This is completely new, though. It is. It had been relocated. This is where the cybersecurity requirements. I think we talked about that a little bit at the last meeting. There's some cybersecurity requirements here. So there was a lot of discussion in this code making panel about these requirements in B246D2. I would say that's going to be an inspector's nightmare, I think. It's not new to have remotely controlled circuit breakers that are controlled by software, but whether it's identified for cybersecurity or not. I don't know how Inspector, how would you go about inspecting that? Good.
I'd ask to the chair, I'd ask for compliance to show demonstration that you're complying with 240.6D. And that could be in a form of a document, be one of the informational notes that are shown there. If I was asking as an inspector.
Mostly you're going to probably see this in industrials and campus settings where they probably actually take this stuff seriously. What do you guys think? Should we do this down this road? And 3.
Eight.
Through the chair, is this one of those that we don't remove the requirement, we just remove the requirement to provide the documentation to the inspector? I think that was what we did with the last cybersecurity thing that we had.
Yeah.
Where's all over it?
Sounds like that's what.
Well, we would, to the chair, we would still need to see, as an inspector side of things, that they have this set appropriately, right? It's just the cybersecurity stuff that we don't know how they're going to show compliance with. If I'm looking at this section right, a circuit breaker that can be adjusted remotely, modify the adjusting means shall be printed to have an ampere rating that is equal to the adjusted current, say, a long time pickup. Then goes into remote access shall be achieved by one of the following. I don't know. I guess I just never seen one of these breakers before. Do they have does anybody know? Do they have like a display on them that says what the trip setting is set to, so you know what it's set to for over current device setting? Or
You know? You're shaking your head, no, you don't know? Okay. We lost our Eaton guys.
I'm just wondering why they need to remotely adjust the trip setting.
Oh, well, I heard a whole thing about this. They, like this one guy on the panel 10 works for a large multinational company, and they have plants all over the world, and they maintain all of these trip settings and, the coordination and all that stuff, all from an engineering office in the US. And he said, they're frequently adjusting trip settings based on things that have happened in plant in Singapore. But it's not the kind of thing you're going to put in a house. Although not today, who knows? Well,
Hi, this is Jerry O'Connor with Eaton. I apologize. I'm not able to raise my hand. I'm on the phone. Colin, I believe this is from my understanding, this is with regards to the digital circuit breakers and what is coming down the road. They're all going, you're going to see this much more frequently. To the extent they can be adjusted and played around with, I'm not 100% sure on all that. I'm not an expert in it.
yeah. So I think the answer to your question is we don't know.
okay.
Just looking it up real quick, and they show a display of one with a breaker that has a display on the face.
Yeah.
I assume it shows the ampacity rating at that place.
You would think that you would want that at the location, so you knew what you were dealing with.
But the question is, I think we're going to adopt this, but do we want the note added to it so it doesn't have to be supervising electrician doesn't have? I would say yes. The inspectors are probably.
Thank you.
Sorry, I would defer to the inspectors if they think we need that note that we've used previously about proving it. I think we carry it forward because it's technology that's coming, but I'm okay with the note going in there, but I defer to the inspectors here.
Would that be not required to demonstrate compliance?
Yeah, that note.
With the whole section, what about
Just D.
the whole section? So if they're remotely, if they have a remote setting, then they don't have to even tell you that it meets the minimum pickup rating or any of that. Whatever you want. Any comments from any inspectors or anybody for that?
I think that we just put the note on the cybersecurity.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you read the informational note on note 3, it's saying that it's a specialized field and constant vigil. I mean, even if the inspector looks at it once in a month, it's going to be outdated. And so I just think that we put the informational note on the cybersecurity portion, because I think the settings and stuff, you guys want to see that. I mean, I would, that's very important to see. Not that the cybersecurity isn't, I just don't know how you say, yes, you guys pass. But that's my, I mean, I think just unplugging the Cat 6 cable probably works really good for cybersecurity, but I don't know.
So you're suggesting that E2A and B would be the things that you're not required to. Trying to figure out structurally what we're actually proposing to change here.
It would just be 2A and B. First one is. The first one's hooking it to a non-networked interface. That would be isolated, right?
Yeah. Maybe Part C, the permit holder is not required to demonstrate compliance with A and B of this section. Something like that. Moved. That work? Got that? Can you pop it up there so we can, we're talking about the same thing? You see it in writing, you figure out whether it'll really work. Really not a section. It's actually with list item A and B. Permit holder is not required to demonstrate compliance with list items A and B of this section, of this subsection. I think A there, A is okay. You can leave A in there. Just B and, oh no, I'm sorry, A and B. I'm sorry, you're right. Is that clear enough? Or we could also just say 230.6D to A and B. And then it's.
Are we making that an exception?
No,
No?
not an exception, part of the rule. And you can get rid of this subsection. Just say not required to demonstrate compliance with 240. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
It almost seems like it should be taken out those two sections rather than saying you don't have to demonstrate compliance.
You're still supposed to do it. You just don't have to demonstrate compliance with it. It's like the torque wrench.
Okay.
You still calibrate your torque wrench. But you don't have to, we don't have to have fights with inspectors about whether you did it properly or all that. So, I mean, we could take it out if we think that cybersecurity is not important, but I think we want to say that. I think anybody that's doing this better be concerned about it, or they're going to be. Okay, All those in favor of adopting 240.6D as amended, shown on the screen, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Make sure that the language is. Yeah. Okay, or, well, no, and required to show compliance with it, with both of them. Okay, 240.7. Now requiring, we already require this in Oregon anyway, so it's kind of a no-brainer. All those in favor of requiring listing of ground fault devices? Say aye. Aye. 40.11, added selective coordination. I think this just clarifies what the rules are for selective coordination. I think that everybody probably already thought this was the requirement. So, but apparently there was a loophole in there. So I can't remember what the discussion was. Probably came from an instructor, would be my guess. Any discussion of 240.11? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? 40.16. Okay, so this sets a minimum interrupting rating for branch circuit overcurrent devices of 5,000 amperes. Apparently there are some breakers out there that have an interrupting rating less than that. I've never seen one, but any discussion? All those in favor of 240.16, say aye. Aye. Opposed? 4024E. Oh, yeah. So this requirement was added to prohibit overcurrent devices in showering facilities or locker rooms with showering facilities. And I wasn't horribly thrilled with this because you could have a large locker room, even a large bathroom, that where it wouldn't be inappropriate to put an overcurrent device in it. Like bathrooms are pretty big in some large buildings. But the code making panel did so.
Only for new installation.
And that's how you would interpret it.
Yeah, you're saying if you do a panel change?
Well, I go to OSU and I
What about adding a breaker to a panel that's existing? I mean, yeah.
I'd let it happen unless conditions of use or occupancy change according to OER 305. There's a 918-305
Allows you to leave it there.
allows you to leave it there unless conditions of occupancy or use change.
What about modifying it?
The current OER language requires us to allow that to stay and remain in place unless the conditions of occupancy or use change according to a building permit. That's
That's what you would rely on.
We do that pretty much every day in the city of Portland.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So when I'm reading this compared to the last cycle,
Yeah.
last one said indwelling units, dormitory, guest room and suites shall not be located in bathrooms. This took that out. So this would mean
Yeah, that's what I was disagreeing with.
everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about, like the restroom in a Target or something that's got, or like a big movie theater or something really big. And there was no substantiation provided for this change, like in terms of, other than this would be a good idea because it's good in residential, we should do it in commercial too. Yeah, you feel unsafe when you go in there because you might fall against that panel.
Mr. Chair, just to see where we're at on this, I would make a motion, we retain the 2020 code.
Okay. 2020 code language is what? Look that up. Dwelling units, dormitory units, and guest rooms or guest suites, overcurrent devices other than supplementary shall not be located in bathrooms. That was sufficient. I don't know. Has anybody's, okay, we have a motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So that one is approved as modified. It's not approved, I guess. Well, it is. Approved. We still have that section. Okay. 40.60E. Use reducers shall be listed. This, in support of our friends at UL. Do you object to having fuse reducers be listed? We don't have anybody from the electrical supply side. I bet you don't, any of you know whether the fuse reducers you're using are listed. Unlisted fuse reducers out there. Do you want to say something? Please come up to the microphone. Say your name for the record.
It's just a little copper insert. Screws right in and don't do it when it's hot.
Well, that's the screw-in type. There's also the ones that go on the end of fuses. Yeah, right. But are they listed? It will be now, I guess. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? So 67C. We have an amendment on that. So we're not requiring listing of cable ties because got a problem to require listing of cable ties?
No, we're not in cable.
Mine on, oh,
4067.
it's not the top of page.
I said top of page 8.
Oh, I thought you said 11. Okay, sorry. So
And you're still not, we're on different, we're on different things.
this is the old one.
Yeah, that's probably.
Or somewhere. It's okay.
Yeah.
67C. Oh, this is the proper training for performance testing. Yeah, any discussion of 64 to 40, 64, 67C?
Yeah, I got something on that, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. How This deals with the arc energy reduction, right?
No.
Yeah. Just to make sure, 24067C, arc injury reduction protection system shall be performed and tested by, then we crossed out primary current injection testing or other approved means when first installed on site. We crossed out primary current injection testing or other approved means, right? How are they testing these?
I got that. I said that I had the wrong one of these. I'm sorry, can you say your question again?
Yeah, how are they showing compliance with this? The guys in the field, I guess, just wanted to bring it up for discussion and ask, like, what, are they getting a letter from the manufacturer saying they meet the arc energy reduction? Because I've run across this a few times. They set the services. I ask how they're meeting it, and they said they can't do this test because when they do the test, it ruins the equipment. The only way they could do it is with the primary injection test. And when they do that, it ruins the breaker, voids their listing for warranty.
Well, there was quite a bit of discussion about this at the panel meeting. I would tell you that I didn't exactly understand all of it. Making a change. Yeah. We didn't, there's no change. No change. Yeah, so what it currently says is primary current injection testing or another approved method, so that, and the purpose of that is so that if they say to you, we can't do that because it'll ruin the breaker, the manufacturer says to use this other testing method to approve it. And we said, we didn't say how to do it. We just said do it.
Through the chair, Keith, that we expanded this to give more latitude for those, you know, that are trained to do this, you know, to allow them to test it, you know, according to the manufacturer or, you know, whatever it would take. Normally, I would just receive documentation that someone had done it and that the person that did it signs it. And I think, isn't it 23095 is where we have the other one that's similar.
Yes.
You know, that I used to get that prior to giving him a green tag. So I had not really run into any issues, but it's been a few years since I've been out in the field.
Are you having problems with it?
Yeah, I guess what I'm hearing from the field, from the guys in the field, is they're telling me that the manufacturer doesn't have a way for them to do this test.
Do any test?
Right.
There's no acceptance testing. Yeah. Yep.
Is it something that they can provide from the manufacturer that it was done at the factory?
Right, but how are they going to do it when it's first installed on site?
Yeah.
What about you other inspectors? Are you hearing this too?
That's for the private.
Nobody's telling me they can't do it.
You're, sorry, Mr. Brian, you guys are following the OESC language then, right?
Correct. With the absence of the primary current injection testing or other approved method, it actually sort of expands the ability to do the test. We let the contractor know that they're required to test that and provide documentation upon an approved test.
It's working for you, right?
We haven't sent anybody to the state for it.
And they're doing it when it's first installed on the site, like they're doing it in the field.
They're telling you that they are at least.
They're providing because that's all it's asking for is provide documentation requiring this. Don't ask too many questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, just what I'm getting told from the guys in the field is they're saying there's no way for them to do this on site. They're getting documentation, they're getting this from the manufacturer, says they did this stuff in their facility. You know, and then when they shows up on site and they put the gear together, after they put the gear together, there's no way for them to do this test on the site. That's just what I've heard. So I don't know if we want to, if there's been an issue with other inspectors or want to modify when first installed on site to say, or approved by a method approved by the manufacturer.
What have you heard, Keith? Have you heard that?
I'm not aware of, any issues. Maybe they're just accepting, what comes with the manufacturer. The one that I heard about quite a bit was, the getting the green tag and having that performance test done before they energized it, in 23095. But I haven't heard it really. This is the first I've heard there was a problem with this one.
The informational note says some systems can't be tested that way.
Yeah, but it doesn't say they can't be tested at all,
Right.
which is what you're hearing.
Yeah, the ground fault requirements out of 23095C, we haven't had any issues with. It's just this arc energy reduction protection system.
Yeah.
Ms. Chair, I have had discussions with contractors regarding this and asked them to go back to the manufacturer to see what type of approved test is required, because they have voiced concerns about if they do this test wrong, it could damage this GFP. It's mostly their GFP sensing devices. And I tell them, if you're concerned about that, you really want to get some good direction from the manufacturer of that equipment, rather than just go out and cowboy it.
Yeah. Well, all I can tell you really is that this is also panel 10, and this was discussed a lot. There's a couple of guys on that panel that are from the testing industry, principal and an alternate. And, there were claims made that there was no way to performance test this equipment in the field without it being destructive. And they said, no, that's not true. And then it got very technical, citing standards and stuff out. And the conclusion of the panel was that primary current injection is the preferred method or the primary method. But there are some, as the note says, there's some devices you can't test that way, and there are alternate improvements. So the guys that are telling you that may not be correctly informed, or they might be, and the guys at the panel who sell that service, we're trying to get that in there so that they got a chance to performance test every one of these.
Yeah.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Just looking up on Eaton's website, they have a FAQ, and they're talking about primary injection with molded case circuit breakers and the current sensitive coils, which, ground fault. And they may damage the breakers and can damage the current sensing coils. That's on Eaton's website.
This is just for the arc fault sensing. This isn't the ground fault sensing.
Yeah.
Right, arc energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I propose we'd strike out when first installed on site. They still have to do it, right? Show that they meet it has to be performance tested. But that gives them the opportunity to do for the manufacturer to do in their facility and say that it's done, that they did it.
We have our Eaton guys here. I have no idea what the impact of that is. So.
I am here.
Please state your name.
So let's see, my name is Jerry O'Connor. I am with Eaton. I was a prior to being with Eaton, I started with Eaton in August. I was a City of Chicago electrical inspector for 6 years, and I had 2 services fail their testing. We use primary current testing, or what we were enforcing is primary current testing, and we had them in. It was by injecting a sequence of overload and fault magnitude currents, is the way it was written in the City of Chicago. Whether I believe it's based on their code book is based on the 2017 NEC. And their currents, they put those currents through a circuit breaker, and they documented in certain circumstances, the gear was exposed to moisture. It wasn't a controlled conditions when the gear was delivered. And I believe there could have been some big explosions if they had that livened up. I don't know if the utility would have livened it up prior to that or not, but I had seen in 2 cases, but we also have testing companies that that's all they do. There are, I believe, 2 or 3 different companies in the Chicagoland area that all they do are electrical testing, switchgear, the IR testing for yearly at hospitals and places that require it. So there's also digital harmonic testing, the stuff that a lot of these businesses were getting into, but yeah.
They've never been able to get.
So, okay. Yeah, this is Mark Griswold. In our inspection areas, often we will accept a letter from an engineer. As long as you've got somebody with a stamp, you can push the blame on them if it does fail. So I'm thinking that you could accept that as part of that testing requirement, because you've got somebody in the file that you can go back to. So that's all we want to do, is find somebody to lay the blame on.
It's the same as the engineers. That's right. Yeah, that's right. The supervising electrician can just say it's okay. I don't know. I don't know what the impact of, I don't know enough about these arc energy reduction protection systems, and I know they're extremely complex and in large switch gear. There are multiple components that get assembled in the field. And so if you're not testing it in the field, you're not testing it. But beyond that, I don't know enough about it to know whether that change limit, if you're talking about smaller services where it's just a single unit, then that's one thing. And of course, further in the code, actually in this section, and it didn't get highlighted, we lowered the current level. But we didn't do it. It didn't pass. They wanted to lower it to 800 amps. Some of us fought that tooth and nail, and I guess we succeeded. So I don't know. I don't know that any of us know. Well, so we have a proposal to eliminate when first installed on the site. All those in favor of that, say aye. Aye. Okay. Aye. Opposed? Okay. That doesn't fly. That dog don't hunt. How about a vote on just carrying forward the amendments we had in the last cycle? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. Okay, that carries. And then we have the same thing for fuses, 24087. All those in favor of carrying forward the prior cycle, say aye. Opposed? Aye. 4089. Replacement trip units shall be listed. We heard all kinds of horror stories about unlisted trip units not actually working. Indicated. I would think that if I was putting one of those in, I'd want it to be listed. Okay, all those in favor of 24089, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Please. Now we go to 242, which is the, yes. I think it got moved, I believe. Well, remember, the dot two section was the definitions. And I think we got moved, but I'm not positive about that. I think that's what. I can tell you where it got moved from, though. And it could have gotten modified, moved. Is in what? Yeah.
2020.
But I think that this is what's permitted and not permitted. And this was we can certainly vote on it. Can't figure it out. But I know we had a number of things that we had a 240.2 section, which we did have, and we eliminated that. So we moved something else in there, and we tried to put all that reconditioning stuff in the same place in all the articles, you know, follow it consistent. But I'm not finding it in the 17 or the 20 edition. Read up that section, and I think we moved this from somewhere else, but I'm not seeing where. Oh, here it is, 240.62. Well, yeah, I think there must have been scattered, because this says low voltage fuse holders and non-renewable fuses shall not be permitted to be reconditioned. I think that there's another section. Yeah, there's 240.88. Reconditioned equipment shall be listed as reconditioned. So it's kind of scattered throughout, and it got all consolidated in one place. I don't think there's anything new in terms of what is and what isn't permitted to be reconditioned. But I'm not really sure about that. Yeah, pulled out of a bunch of different places and put in one spot in the .2 section. I thought that came from the usability task group, part of the relocation of the definitions to use that .2 section for this purpose. I'd be wrong about that. Okay, anything else in 240? 242 is over voltage protection. Motion to adopt 242.9. Okay. Yes, all those in favor of adding functional, an indicator showing that it's working, say aye. Carries. 245 is over 1,000 volt overcurrent protection. Don't think we could very well not do this again. We'd have to change things. All those in favor, say aye. Carries. 250. Amendment 250-24A. Oh, this is the ground fault protection system ahead of the customer service. This is for the Portland downtown network, I think. Been in the code since I started here. I guess we need to continue it. Do we need to continue it? Yeah, I think it's written specifically for downtown Portland. Okay, all those in favor of continuing the Oregon exception to 240-24A1, say aye. Opposed? Carries. And then we have one for 24B. That's a third exception. To see. That could, maybe it got moved in, I think it is C.
No,
It's a third exception.
no, it's just, no, it's just 250-24. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, this is the exception right here. We just did not know.
Yeah, we're on the next one.
Yeah.
Main
Yeah, it
bond,
should
it's
be instead
main,
of 28C,
main funding.
it's 24C.
Yeah, it should be C. Yeah, just wrong in the table. All right,
It
Laura.
was 250-24B in the last one.
Oh, in the last cycle.
Now
Oh,
it's C.
because B, there's a new B, load side grounding connection.
Right.
Okay, so it's now C, was B, got it. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Now we have 24B is a new section, but I guess we don't consider it significant.
It was number 5,
It was number 5.
and they changed it from number 5.
Got moved around.
B. Yeah.
So we're just moving the deck chairs on the type. Okay, 28C. That's just to clarify, just clarifying language. A little unclear before. All those in favor of the new language in 28C, 250-28C, say aye. Aye. And we have an Oregon amendment to 250-52A3. This is not. 1052. For addition to a building or structures remote from the service. Going to submit this one to panel 5 and see if they think that it meets the intent of the overall requirement for a concrete encased electrode. Any discussion? 52A3? Those in favor? They need to do it. Opposed? Motion carries. 52B. right. Any discussion of the Oregon amendment to 52B existing installations? I think that's worked pretty well. All those in favor? Opposed? And 250-53A2, another Oregon amendment. Eliminates the requirement for a supplemental electrode required for 200 amp or less temporaries.
This has helped bring consistency in the state.
Carry this forward. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? On the electrode that works on it. 64, 250-64B4. A change in 250. Adds a reference to 5 to clarify burial depth. 305. Where is it?
It's 305. An or. 300.5 was in there before. No, it's or 305.
Yeah, because of the high voltage. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty minor. No, I don't know if you care about the the table being correct, but the reference, the added references to 300.15. 5 was already there. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Then we have 64G. Oh, yeah. And install a grounding electrode conductor through the ventilation slots and the opening of a transformer. Or anything else for that. Reasonable requirement. A lot of discussion. All those in favor of the additional language in 250-64G, say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Discuss it. 92B. Couple of minor changes there. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. 94A. Intersystem bonding termination device. We added a, we don't require this. We say you can just stuff this wire out. We added to be securely mounted as follows.
What motion to carry this forward?
How do you securely fasten a piece of wire? Okay, we have a motion to carry forward our option to requiring the IBT. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing anybody say that that's not working. Then we have an exception in 118.14. Number 118A 14. This is a list of equipment grounding. Question whether that's in the right location. Yeah, I mean, 118 is types of equipment grounding conductors. This is a requirement for adding an equipment conductor. Like, was going somewhere else about that. All those in favor of continuing this?
Aye.
Opposed? And 250, 148. If this language works better. This change started here in Oregon. We can't figure out how to get it right. Yeah, 148. There are changes to the charging language in A and C and D. Long time ago. I don't know if this is going to be any easier to enforce or not, but the previous language had a hard time enforcing. Question is, if you have, say, two circuits in a box, maybe two different, maybe you have a box with in a residence with a light switch and a receptacle. So you got some 15 amp rated conductors and you've got some 20 amp rated conductors. You connect all those ground wires together, put them all together, twist them up, put a lock nut on it or whatever, I mean, wire nut on it, or do you take the 15 amps and connect them and the 20 amps and connect them? And people have been trained both ways, and the language was not clear, and it's still really not clear. It says that they're all connected together. I guess that means they're all connected together in one. That's the way I was taught to do it. All those in favor of the changes to 251-48? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Why don't we stop here at the end of chapter 2, take a break. That's right. Okay, so I received a request from Keith to revisit 230.40. Keith, do you want to do that? Can you hear me, Keith?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Hit the unmute button helps.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one, there was a lot of discussion on it before, and it continued to eat at me a little bit. One of those things where I wanted to understand where it came from, what was going on, what it was trying to address. And I still, after my research, believe that this was originally put in here to go along with the 250-32B, I think it is, where we allowed 3 conductors to a separate building where there was no metallic path. So in the 14 table 1E, that was pretty much what it talked about, meeting the provisions of Article 225. And then we modified it in 2017 a little. We thought we were making it clear, and we said Article 225, 230, and 250 to meet those provisions. And then in the 2020, we went with the 4-wire and eliminated 250-32B1. And that was where we still allowed to follow the 2005, as long as there wasn't that additional path. So my thought was, and what I wanted to run by you, the NEC does not have this requirement that we have in 230-40. about metallic paths for service entrance conductors. So it's, if I have a building, a house, and I have a shop behind the house, and let's say there's a meter base on each building, and there's a copper water line between the two buildings, the utility will hit that with 3 wires on both the house and both the shop. So there doesn't seem to be a safety hazard that's a concern for the utility when they do it. Another example that came to mind was when we have a cul-de-sac and we've got 4 or 5 houses that share a transformer, and they're all hit with a 3-wire, and they're also all hit off of the same tap point or whatever you call it for phone lines or cable TV. So they're all interconnected with multiple grounding paths. So I'm wondering what we're doing by keeping this particular amendment, moving it forward. We're actually going beyond what the NEC requires, for service entrance conductors. Now, this doesn't change anything for feeders. We still have the 4 wires, requirement. Once we put a breaker in and we, feed a separate building, it's still have the 4 wires, but for some reason, this thing is kind of morphed into requiring that for service entrance conductors the same way. So I'm not sure that it really does anything for us. My concern with it is if somebody puts a 320 meter base on a post halfway down the driveway and goes to 2 separate buildings on the property, which is exactly what I did at my home, an inspector could come back and say, well, you have phone lines running between the 2 buildings. I want you to put a disconnects and put a service on that post to meet this 230/40 requirement because of the phone lines. So again, I'm not really sure when this was put in, this is what was intended. And I wanted to revisit this. If you think there's a big safety benefit that the utility doesn't see when they do it, for service conductors, then I guess, we could move it forward. But I think it may, with that 250 32B gone, it may be looked at as a different in a different light, as a different requirement than what was intended.
Thank you. Does anyone want to make a motion to reconsider 230.20, 230.40? Okay, so motion's on the table. All those in favor of reconsidering, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so that carries. So reconsider. Do you want to make a motion, or do you want to make a statement? Just delete the
Just go to the model code.
yeah, delete the amendment to the exception number 3. Yeah. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, that carries. So,
And then did we follow up on 240 or 230/43 on the service entrance exceptions?
not yet.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I'm still trying to figure out where gotta catch up with what we did here.
I think that was another one that we tabled to find the history on why we didn't allow that particular raceway. for service entrance.
Sorry, which one now? 3043. We did take action on it. But that's the flexible conduit as a not permitted to be used for a service raceway. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, you asked Damon to research what the reasoning was for on that, and you know where it started.
And Mike can give you a report.
Well, we don't actually know where it or why it started. We know when it started, but there's no information regarding the minutes of a meeting or anything. So we don't know why. We just know when. It looks like it was introduced in 1987. But if we go back to 1930, they were allowing flexible conduit for service entrance raceway, properly bonded. And then once they introduced in 1987 or 84 actually, no, they introduced flexible metallic conduit as a raceway in 1987, and then the Oregon Electrical Specialty Code denied it, and then it's been instanced ever since then. So there's no why, but there's when.
But we've never allowed it. Since it was put in model code?
Yes. It's 1987.
Yeah.
That's when everything expanded it in 1990 to include MC.
Mm-hmm. We don't really know why.
We don't know why.
Okay.
Talking with people, some have said corrosive, some have said physical protection, and some have said the not sustaining a fault current with the outer sheathing. But we really don't have a purpose.
Anybody want to do anything different? Okay. Okay, Keith, you also asked to revisit, I think it's 23071B.
Well, it was 23071B and it was the barrier requirements. And actually a question had come up, what is it, 21515 and 23062C. Mm-hmm. And we didn't push forward 23071B. And I know there hasn't been any issues that I'm aware of until just recently. So with the equipment shortage issue that we had, I don't know if that's part of what's making some equipment come available, or Laura, you had a couple pictures of some service equipment that I showed that I sent over.
Laura's not currently in the room, but I will look them up.
Okay. But Russ had brought some pictures in of some meter mains where you can plug two pole breakers in them side by side, and they did not meet the barrier requirement that's in place right now. And I think that it's going to be a problem for 23071B when we didn't require the 2 to 6 mains. They're not going to be able to meet that 230.62C requirement either. If we've got a live bus, it's required to have a plastic covering over it as some sort of barrier. And I'm not sure how we're going to meet that. I don't believe there's anything available, to put on those buses to meet this requirement. So this barrier seems to be more for the worker. We've always required dead fronts and KOs and everything to close up the gear, but this takes it one step further where it protects live parts, from a worker, inside there to accidentally, get into those live buses. And again, I think right now with the shortage of equipment, And Russ bringing it up, it sounds like it may start to be an issue. It may be brought up in the jurisdictions that this gear isn't gonna meet, the requirement. And this was the question that I was asked. So meter, as Mike Weaver, testified earlier that you can't get meter mains right now. So to run interference, in using it, something that is available, by having this requirement, I just don't know if we want to carry this barrier requirement and the one main per switch or whatever it is that not allowing the 2 to 6 if we don't want to hold off on those through the 2023 cycle, so that we can continue to use what's available here to get the work done.
Okay. So 215.15, it extends the requirement that was already in 23062C to feeder supplied panels. So that would be, it sounds like if we wanted to address this, what we would want to do is amend those two sections, 215.15 and 23062C, to exclude something, or I don't know if we want to delete them altogether. Seems a little, I don't know that we need to go that far.
I think currently with what we've adopted so far, the 23062C and allowing them to do 6 mains without a main.
Yeah.
If they do the 6 mains without a main, there's no way for them to comply with 23062C.
Right. But if they have a main, they can comply with it. So we could exclude 6 main services. Which is really what you have there in that meter main thing that you've got.
Right.
Yeah, Mark Griswold again. Rather than have us be the manufacturer's representative, why don't we just leave that up to the inspection authority and get an approval based on this is what's available, and then do it that way? Then we don't have to actually create more code that we have to deal with later. And should the manufacturers come up with a solution, then that's great. But if we don't have the material, then it's always been left open to the authority to approve what is available.
Okay.
So this is through the chair, this is Keith. So my thought, this is a manufacturer requirement, and as manufacturing continues, the other equipment's not going to be available. I mean, it'll get used up, and that'll be the end of it. And the only thing you will be able to get is what's code compliant. So my thought is to not carry this forward, through at least through this 2023 cycle, and then just see where things are, the next code adoption, if it's changed and all the equipment that is available, is meeting these requirements.
Are we having any problems with anything other than panels with more than one main in them?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We've run into this situation up in the city of Portland regarding street lighting services and things like that. And you might know a common manufacturer, Fouch, that creates panels, custom-made panels, stainless steel, and that type of thing. So it's very, very custom-made. And going through this and requiring this 23062C for some of our own installations City of Portland property, the contractor and the manufacturer were able to produce barriers that we consider to be approved, barriers that considered to meet this standard just by asking for it.
By what?
By asking for it, asking for the
The
code.
manufacturer could do it. They just didn't do it.
It wasn't in the spec initially,
Yeah.
and now it's currently in the spec, and they're able to produce all their panels,
Yeah.
barriers.
So I guess I'm just concerned about throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Like, we have a small problem. We're eliminating a reasonable safety requirement that was added in the previous cycle altogether. When the problem is panels that include more than one main disconnect in a single enclosure. That's the problem, right? So
Yeah.
so we could write an exception to both of those two sections, saying that panels with what I just said do not require these barriers, which I could craft that and bring it to the next meeting if you want. I don't think that the manufacturers are ever going to start making 6 mains panels with barriers in them to comply with 3062C because the model code doesn't permit it. So, and I don't know about these meter mains. I don't know why they think that they can sell those that don't comply. Maybe it's just selling old inventory. Somebody told me at lunch that they're already has 75,000 meter mains back ordered and they're making 75 a day.
But,
Get a good story.
I think your suggestion would take care of the concern that I have, with out in the field with the installations.
Okay, well, so let's, did we get a motion to reconsider? Okay, all those in favor of reconsidering?
Aye.
Okay, and no, I would suggest that we table it now that it's reconsidered and we bring it back. It's actually two things. It's 215.15 and we didn't actually have, did we have an action on 23062? We didn't have an action on 23062. So that would be, when we bring it back, we'll just have to open that one. We never took action on it. So. Okay. Okay. That gets us, that's all you had, right, Keith?
That's it. Thank you. Yeah, those are my concerns.
Okay. So we're ready to go on now to chapter 3. And 300.4F, which expanded section 1 to include specify PVC and to include RTRC. 4F. Physical protection. Oh, it's in an exception. Okay, expanding the raceways that don't require nail plates, essentially. Everybody okay with that one? All those in favor? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. This is just under some reading this, right? I'm just reading it now. This is just below the roof deck, right?
Oh, it's what?
It's just below the roof decking. That's what we're talking about.
No, I think it could be in a stud too, right?
Parts, physical damage.
Okay, I was looking on the wrong one.
It's,
CF.
yeah,
So this would not require a nail plate for PVC.
PVC and the this is considered to be sufficiently nail proof. Or to drive a nail through PVC, probably easier to drive a nail through EMT. Yeah,
That screws.
yes, go ahead. Your name for the record.
Okay, Jim M. Law again, but you see that the same rules apply in A1 also for board through holes and everything else. It says both RT, RC, and PVC. So it's being covered in multiple sections.
Yeah, it didn't get picked up though, did it? The one in,
Under that exception.
one in A1 exception, yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Same change though, good point. Yeah. So it also applies to board holes. Put PVC in the wall, board hole. Good luck with that. Okay. Well, all those in favor of the changes to 230.4F and A1, say aye. Opposed? Uh, 300.5G, raceway seals. Oh, this is an organ amendment. Okay. We eliminated the requirement that they be identified for use with cable insulation, conductor insulation. The theory was that going to be pretty onerous. Have any issues with this? Directors? Okay, all those in favor of carrying forward the amendment to 300.5G, say aye. Aye. Opposed? And then we have 300.25. That the text in the table is not quite right. Well, it contained fire resistance rating, yeah. More of a building code issue than electrical code, I guess.
Or are contained.
Yeah. Anybody else wonder what happens if it has a 1 hour rating? Fire resistive rating? Like a kind of vague requirement to me. Yeah.
Chair.
Yes.
Just a comment. We have a fair amount of these stair towers in the city. It's the large buildings that we have. And they do have fire resistance ratings, or required to have ratings. The thing that I see that might be a little bit troubling with this is currently there's a couple of options for a contractor to install a circuit that goes from the electrical room or service room down in the basement up to the 17th story or 12th story or whatever. Besides being outside the building, they tend to run those in stair towers. So they use those stair towers because, you know, not having a shaft or anything like that, it provides access to all those floors and that. But this would definitely limit that procedure, that ability to do that
Yeah,
in an existing stair tower.
doing it like an elevator shaft now.
We do see stair towers used a lot for running electrical conduit.
This is not a new requirement. It's what it said before was separated. Now they've said with fire resistive rating.
Sure.
So have you not been enforcing it, or?
It would be one of those things that if we're aware of it, we would enforce it.
Is the exit enclosure has a 2-hour wall on it? Double sheetrock, double layer sheetrock or something like that?
There's a number of different assemblies to provide 2-hour equivalent protection, but
So if it's on the inside the framing and not on the inside, you know, separation is the sheetrock. So if it's behind the sheetrock, it's not in the enclosure.
that wouldn't consider to be necessarily in the enclosure itself.
It would not be considered. Well, they're running surface raceway up the enclosure. It might not, the framing could be inside the enclosure. Probably frequently is.
Oftentimes running it exposed helps out with not knowing what's behind the structure.
Yeah.
Or trying to get into that, because oftentimes that contractors get, they try to get in there and then find out structurally they can't
Yeah, there's like
go the whole
steel
way.
they can't get through and stuff.
Through the chair,
Yes.
this just talks about exit enclosures and then has stair towers in parentheses. So is that, like, would that include a hallway, like between two movie theaters that would provide a exit enclosure? Or just stair towers?
I would think so. In building, kind of a building code issue.
Okay.
I would think so. This is existing language. They've just changed it. If this is something we want to mess with or not, I'd be reluctant to. Real core fire and life safety stuff. I just was concerned about the language before. It said if it's required to be separated, and now it says if it's required to have a fire resistive rating. I mean, it has to have a fire resistive rating to get built. There's no standard there.
Life safety and the structural code. They definitely take the jurisdiction or the authority on that. We run second fiddle to that.
In terms of what the rating is.
Whatever the rating is, how to achieve that, whether it can be penetrated or everything.
So this is really just coordinating with the structural code. I think so too.
Yeah, I think so. It's depending on what's on the other side of that stair tower also. If you have a parking structure on the other side, it could create a stairwell being a our fire rating. Dynamics, and then we had shafts coming up. Some of the stair towers actually became plenums. So there's little things out for.
I just was thinking sort of on the other end of the spectrum. What if it's a 1-hour wall? That's a is that a fire resistive rating? That's a standard rating, right? For commercial buildings. That means you're basically banning wiring in all of these stair towers.
Not being a structural person, I wouldn't be able to tell you. That's a 1 hour wall or not.
That's all I was wondering about. Well, I don't know. I guess we probably just should approve it and see what happens, Keith. I moved to, he's retiring, so he won't have to deal with it. I'll end up with the chief at some point. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 30.20, 300.26 is remote control and signature. It looks like they eliminated something there. There isn't at all.
No.
What are those dots and section deletions? No. Wonder what the- Yeah. Maybe they changed it when they moved it. Yeah. Okay, well, we don't know, so I guess it doesn't look like anything too troubling.
Nathan?
Yes.
I have a 300.9 on the table 1E. Did we address that or?
No, it's not on the matrix.
The list, yeah, I saw it wasn't on the matrix, but
Okay. Well, let's go when we're dealing with 300.26, and we'll go back and pick that up.
all right.
Listen to 326. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 300.9, the Oregon exception.
This has been in the table for in one manner or another for some time, and it helps clarify that they can use a short section of raceway for physical protection without being concerned about being a wet location. So if they do an exterior service change and they need to pop up into the attic, something like that, or go down into a basement, they can run Romex inside and get up to the area where they need to be. That's one.
No one's trying to go into the ground with this, are they?
No.
Doesn't really prohibit it. Okay. Say that again with your mic on.
Oh, sorry.
Wasn't there a statewide alternate method that also had a similar verbiage about horizontal and vertical?
We talked about that.
Yeah, this is what actually the code I think changed somewhat, and this is what we got rid of it. I don't know if it was 1 or 2 codes ago, but this is what we ended up with to replace that.
Yeah, we're supposed to try to get rid of them, put them in the code if we can. Okay, well, all those in favor of carrying the amendment to 300.9 forward, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Oh, and it does say where raceways are installed in wet locations above grade. So the charging sentence there.
Oh, yeah. Well, the exception doesn't say that, but maybe that. Okay, 300.26. Did we just do that?
Yeah, yep.
I just forgot to check that. And we go to Article 305, which is the new article for over 1,000 volts, kind of the same thing as before. All those in favor of Article 305, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And then we go to 311.40. And we have an Oregon amendment. So is there an Article 311? Must be 310.40. Or 310.40 either. Oh, it's now 315.40 is what, no, I take that back. Yes. Now 315.40. This is for medium voltage stuff. Okay. We have a proposal from Mike Stone, number 16, to not approve this again. Okay, did you get a chance to look at Mike's argument? What do you think? Are you convinced, do you agree with him or not? And why did we not require listing in the past? I know when this first came in the code, there was a lot of unlisted products around and it was not, because they were available. I'm not sure if that's a problem anymore. I don't know that.
Through the chair, I don't believe it was so much an availability issue, but there are quite a few sections that reply or that require cable ties to be listed and identified. I think it was felt that this really wasn't an electrical product by itself. It was, just a one way to fasten or secure something. I don't know of any zip tie failures. Whatever's been being used seems to be, doing what it's intended to do. So there's a lot of different ways and methods that people use to secure wiring and cables and that, and a lot of them are not listed or identified for that use, but they're acceptable means. So this has worked well, since we adopted this.
Anybody seen any problems?
I haven't.
No. Okay. And I guess we'll have a motion to carry this forward in all of the multiple locations where we've done it. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Um, oops. Okay, 312.8A. There's a requirement for bending space for conductors for larger. Similar to what's already in the code for boxes. Didn't have a big impact. Anybody have any problem with this one? Okay, all those in favor of the addition to 312.8A to add number 4, larger conductors, probably not a cost impact, I wouldn't think. All those in favor?
Aye.
312.10. Screws and other fasteners. The inspector's busy.
I think this one is a good code section to be added in here. I mean, I don't know how many times we've seen sheetrock screws or square drives or whatever into panel enclosures and stuff. I think it's a good one that they put in there.
On code panel 9, this is why, that's exactly why we put this in here. We cleaned it up. There was some other stuff in there, but yeah, we spent quite a bit of time on this, try to craft good language. Yeah, that's exactly why we did that.
The only thing is that is a standard panel screw now going to extend more than a 1/4 inch into the box or into the panel.
What was that?
Typical panel screw that comes with the panel now, is it going to extend more than a 1/4 inch into the?
We left it with manufacturer's installation instruction as long as we comply with that. That was the intent there. And then what we seemed to be focused on was when we were affixing nameplates, phenolic nameplates on the meter bases and gear. They wanted, they didn't want that projection to be more than a 1/4 inch in those spaces. That was the intent. Panel screws, things like that, we left that part alone. It was basically when we were field applying stuff, we were trying to cover, because yes, people were using sheet metal screws and just 3/4 inch, 1 inch, whatever they had on the truck. And we did not want that sheet metal screw to project into that enclosure.
Unless the manufacturer provided. Okay. Good. All those in favor of 312.10, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And no real cost impact. 312.102. I've learned a lot being on panel 9 about stuff you never ever looked at. People were providing meter sockets enclosures without a cover. What was this about, Gary? It was like rather obvious.
Yeah.
We'll look at the this chair is all. I use a different chair. Okay, all those in favor of 310, 312, 102, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 314.5. Similar to the one we just did for different kinds of enclosures. A little more detail, more types of enclosures. Any discussion? All those in favor of 314.5, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 314.16B6. A lot of changes here. We have limitations for terminal blocks in enclosures. What does that mean, a single volume allowance? Based on the largest conductor terminated in this. Okay, reasonable enough, I guess. You take up space. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 14.17. Advised to add cables to. Other. They've added cables with this. Okay. A little nitpicky thing for inspectors to stay busy on. The discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 314.24 E. Clearances for side wiring entrances. eliminate the use of handy boxes. Any discussion? Those in favor of adopting 314-24C, say aye. Opposed? Carries. 314-27C. Be marked on the interior of the box. Called to allow direct access through the box, structural framing without removing the box. Exactly what that
Is this getting rid of the requirement for those retrofit fan boxes?
I'm sorry.
I guess, you're all probably familiar with the ceiling fan boxes that you would use on a remodel. You want a ceiling fan here, you put it up there, and then you put the fan box up, and you tighten it down, and it goes up against the truss.
Wasn't the intent to eliminate that. It was the intent to get out in front of doing that. Is by, if you're going to put a ceiling mounted overhead box and a 4.0 nail on or whatever overhead, and that space can be adapted, or a ceiling fan can be put in there, we want to have that ceiling box fan rated already, so you don't have to go back in and retrofit it. I think our Oregon amendment got that kind of dulled down to just if you're going to pre-wire, and if you're going to pre-wire for a ceiling fan, you need to put a ceiling fan box there. Now I don't know if the pre-wiring even pertains anymore, because a lot of the ceiling fans now come with a wireless kit. You don't even hardwire them. You don't use a wall switch to control fan and light anymore. It's all remote control. I think we need to revisit what our amendment is. Kind of clean that up.
Okay, so we did not amend C. We deleted most of C, and that's what this item is about, that changed. So I guess we should just look at our amendment.
Right.
Yeah. So in our amendment, we did not mess with A or B, just C, and we said okay, and do you think we need to revisit that?
Yeah, as right now, we've got it where spare separately switched ungrounded conductors are provided to a ceiling mounted box in a location acceptable for the installation of a ceiling suspended paddle fan in 1 and 2 family or multifamily dwellings. The outlet box or system shall be listed for a ceiling fan. So right now, that requirement comes into effect when we're actually hardwiring for a ceiling fan.
Bring a third wire to.
Correct. And right now,
You don't need that.
we don't even need that to make that fan work. You can just bring just a hot 2-wire circuit to that box, and then the fan typically comes with a remote control kit from the factory. They're not depending on that wall switch. So we're kind of missing the point of, you're going to put a ceiling fan box or an overhead box in. It's only going to be driven if you're going to hardwire a switch to that location.
What are you suggesting?
I think we should just take the model code language. I don't think that that's getting us into any gray waters as it's written. Keith, what have you had any pushback or any experience with any questions on this one coming from the real world? I think you're muted.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, what I remember, the cost to require a ceiling box in every room seemed like a lot to the committee in the past. There's, I believe, a significant cost difference between a regular 3 or 4 box and one that's rated for ceiling fan. And I think that was what drove this, that we would require the fan box if it was the intent, you know, at some point to put a fan in. And then if we went with the regular box, then they would just have to address it when they put the fan in, if they, you know, retrofitted one at a later date. But we didn't choose to require it as the only box that they could use to hold up a light fixture, you know, in an apartment building or whatever. So
It was a cost basis.
it was a cost. The way I remember it was pretty well cost. Yeah.
The way this is written, every lighting outlet in a habitable room would have to have metal fan box, just about. I mean,
If you can put a fan in that space, yeah.
be not in a closet or something. I mean, it's capable of having a fan. Doesn't say intended, it just says, or what would be acceptable.
I don't think a closet would be habitable space, right?
Yeah, closet isn't habitable space. And I mean, certainly every bedroom and living room and dining room. I mean, that's all of which are certainly capable of having a paddle fan. Acceptable for a paddle. What does that mean, acceptable for a paddle?
An example of a box that wouldn't be acceptable for about 2 feet
Yeah,
from each edge where the paddle fan can actually go.
right,
That would be one that's not.
okay.
I don't know about a cost issue.
They have changed, you know, since this went in, maybe they,
A fan box.
Seems like the cost of those have gone way down from
yeah,
what they used to be.
that's what would happen if everybody's having to use them everywhere, the price is going to go way down, so.
So then the next question that would come up is how available are they? You know, especially if we mandated it, would that create some other issue, at least, you know, for now?
Arlington probably drove the price down to 0. Looking it up there.
Yeah. Seeing what vendors have.
On Platt's website, just the allied molded with the screws in the inside so you could remove the box, $10.99, just on their webpage.
$10.99 for a paddle fan box
Yeah,
versus probably what?
$2 or so for a nail on.
Yeah.
Because the other part is when you're reading it, you have to allow direct access through the box to the structural member. So like if you had one with a nail on behind the top, that wouldn't work because you couldn't go through the box to get there.
Well, I think Gary's point that our current requirement would probably not require it anywhere. Because,
You're not wiring for it particularly from the wall switch.
yeah. But, you know, in a typical, what's our typical 3-bedroom, 1,500 square foot house? Is that the rule? You'd probably add $100 to it. Which according to the Home Builders Association eliminates many people from being able to pay the mortgage. Is that or not?
I don't know that this amendment has really caused any issues, you know, as far as, you know, moving it forward. Most, I think, know when they're going to put a fan in that they wire for it when they build the home. But wouldn't this require fan boxes in all apartment buildings and any bedrooms and, you know, living rooms? Pretty much any place. So it would, I don't know if $100 would cover, you know, one unit, you know, one dwelling unit or not. the increase in the cost of the boxes. And I'm not sure what you're really protecting, what you're really trying to, we used to put them in all the time. We'd retrofit them in if somebody wanted a fan. So.
Which you do by removing the existing box and putting in a retrofit kit.
Yeah.
That's what you do normally when you have, is what you're seeing. You probably don't see them as inspectors because a fan on top of them. What you guys do residential are doing?
Oh, yeah, we retrofit them.
Yeah.
It can be miserable. Because it's always in the summer.
Yeah, right.
That's when we want our fans.
I think that is, we do that too, but I think what they're directing in the code is for the homeowner. He just buys a fan and boxes there and puts it up.
Right, yeah. They don't even know that they're not supposed to. Well, it says in the instructions that they don't read.
Right. But they toss out as soon as
They don't read those either.
No. Well, what do you want to do, guys?
I don't do multifamily, so I think for multifamily, you're gonna see a pretty good sticker shock putting them in, but maybe they're already putting them in. I don't know on that.
No, not putting them in at all. It's the lowest bid that gets the job. So.
Yeah.
I would say we could adopt the model code if modified. It's still, I don't like the way it's written right now.
How would you modify it?
That's what I would look for some help there because.
What would your intent be?
My attempt would be to have it maybe where desired for future, just not every single room. And I'm not sure how we could word that, if at all.
Bedrooms are only or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not really enforceable code desired by somebody because how would you know as an inspector? You're unless it's shown on the plans as a paddle fan, you're not going to bid it. Somebody says they want it, and it's not on your plans, so it's an extra.
Could we restrict it back to just 1 and 2 family dwellings, leave multifamily out of it at this point? See how that's received?
People live in apartments can have fans fall on their head. They don't have to live in them.
It's kind of like one of those deals where us as an inspector, we go out and see a paddle fan installed. We don't have any proof if that's got a approved box on that or not.
Yeah.
There was times when I would do a rough-in inspection, I would make a note if particular rooms in this house had a paddle fan rated box.
Yeah.
But again, this is one of those things that goes to the supervising electrician, and if something happens, shame on him for not having a rated box for that paddle fan. I don't know what else you can do.
Yeah. Homeowners shouldn't be doing it themselves anyway.
Sorry?
Homeowners shouldn't be doing it themselves anyway.
No.
Yeah, they really shouldn't.
How much difference were there between the standard box and the paddle fan box?
$8, I think, is what.
So I have a contractor that does apartment buildings and he does 1,500 units. That could be significant.
How many homeowners get to put up
They're not.
take
But
down a light?
the point is that if they had a paddle fan box there, they wouldn't have it falling on them. What are you guys saying over there?
I don't necessarily think it's the greatest idea to just put a paddle fan rated box up for every ceiling box. To me, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm sort of looking at this, trying to find out how to word this language around outlet boxes mounted in ceilings of habitable rooms of dwelling occupancies in a location acceptable for the installation. In a location acceptable, I mean, would that be limited to 1 box per room? Or could that, I mean, my idea here, you're not gonna put one there, but is there really only one location in that room that a paddle fans would go necessarily for air move? I mean, I'm not an air.
No, but I'm thinking about my son's house, which has this great big living room, dining room, playroom, all kind of connected, and they have a couple of paddle fans in there that they were everything about the house. So I don't know what kind of boxes are behind them, but they're in the center of the room. You know, they're not on the edges. Typically, if you're going to put a paddle fan in, it would be in the center, but
Yeah.
but still, you're adding one in every bedroom at a minimum. I'm thinking of the typical house, you know, one in each bedroom, one in the living room. Maybe there's a dining room, you know, eating area, and kind of thing. At least four or five. And then if it's a 100-unit apartment, that's 400 or 500.
And the labor, is it the same labor to install a paddle fan box as it is, you know, a standard box?
Because you got to.
Not quite.
Yeah, it's a little more labor. 2 hours per 100, it's 2.5. Yeah.
To go with Joe's point, you mentioned that it's hard to future-proof everything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Where the fan's gonna go. This looks like it's an attempt to do that.
Well, one way you could do this that might work. Outlet boxes mounted in ceilings of habitable rooms or dwelling occupancies in a location intended for the installation of a ceiling paddle fan. You don't always have plans. And certainly an installer could easily circumvent that by saying, we're not intending to put one in. But if they are intending to put one in, then it's enforceable, and installers have guidance as to what they're supposed to do. It's not ideal language because intended is, well, it's used in the code. Intended. I don't know. That's one idea. Then you're really not adding unnecessary cost. You haven't provided the protection for the homeowner that puts it in where he shouldn't, but there's a lot of other things they can do that they shouldn't do that we don't have any way to prevent them from doing. What do you guys think of that idea? That idea, good idea?
But I like that better than acceptable. To give you some feedback.
I think that would also meet the intention of our amendment.
We wouldn't need our amendment.
So we wouldn't need it, but we're, you know, that you were intending to put one, that's why you put the third wire, so.
Right. The word intended is used 278 times in the 23 edition, so. Not plowing any new ground here. So what else have we brought in that we didn't have in before? Like that whole first paragraph about outlet box, we deleted all of this. Outlet boxes and outlet box systems used for the sole support of a ceiling suspended paddle fan shall be listed, shall be marked by the manufacturer on the interior of the box as suitable for this purpose, shall not support ceiling paddle fans that weigh more than 70 pounds. That's probably part of the listing anyway. For outlet boxes or outlet box systems designed to support ceiling suspended paddle fans that weigh more than 35 pounds, the required marking shall include the maximum weight to be supported. That already on the, you guys probably don't even look at these things that carefully, but where they already have that marking. They must already have that marking. You can screen the call or swipe down to decline. It's got a new phone. I haven't figured out how to not answer the phone yet. I just read the screen. Do they already have that marking in them? Tell them how many pounds they can support? Yeah. So that's already in there. So I don't know why we need to delete that language. So in that case, all we would do is in the second paragraph, we would change the word acceptable to intended and shall either have a box that's listed for the sole support of ceiling expended. One of the following, not both. In the language about the direct access. You were talking about that, like a nail on box. Was that you? You wouldn't be able to use a nail on box, but you would be able to if it was listed. So I know that this is going to create some conflict between installers and contractors about what is intended. But it happens 270 other times in the code. So what do you do as an inspector? You just rely on what someone tells you is the intent?
You have to, yeah, unless they have plans that show
Yeah.
where the paddle fans are going.
Yeah.
Which it may get to the, you may get inspectors asking for that.
Yeah, well, but there's a lot of residential projects don't really have much plan at all. Like, maybe it shows a ceiling outlet, if it even does. Certainly isn't gonna. They're just gonna walk around and tell you, I want to put a paddle fan there. Okay, yep.
I think that the intention is there to eventually get a paddle fan there, whether upon initial installation or further on down the road. It's probably good to have one of these boxes there in place, initially, not to be retrofitted or put back in later.
That was our intent, get out in front of it.
Yeah, that
And the homeowner part of it.
That to me makes, good code sense from an inspector's point of view.
So what
The
does that
intention-
mean? I didn't quite follow what you were saying.
If a contractor says, we intend to put a box or a paddle fan there, then this requirement needs to happen, and you need to get a box that actually paddle fan works with. So whether that intention is there at the time of installation, the new installation, or they're going to do that in phase 2 or whatever, to get that box in there now is the better thing, rather than trying to retrofit or
Sure, yeah.
bust out drywall.
Which is what we were trying to do before when we said you ran that third wire. Now, that just doesn't work anymore. Jim?
That would be good if the contractor or the electrician's there, but quite often when we come out to do an inspection, nobody's there. And we might see some rated boxes, we might not.
Yeah. So
Later on, when we come out or someone else comes out, they see a paddle fan installed. How do we know? Majority of the time, we don't know.
Yeah. The only way around that is to require one in every room.
I think the idea of putting something in the requirement or where it says, not all rooms, but those intended for paddle fans, at least that addresses, what we're trying to accomplish. To put them in every ceiling box, seems a little excessive. But it's still, a lot of this installation falls back on the responsibility of the homeowner, or the electrician, to comply with code. And this does put something in writing that he would be aware of, that he needs to comply with.
Are you guys getting many service calls for paddle fans falling off the ceiling, or, they start wobbling a lot because they're not secured well enough? Yeah, that's probably because they don't have the right box behind them.
Yeah, and a lot of them are just old, but yeah, they've been installed in non-rated boxes.
So it doesn't work very well if you don't do it right anyway.
Correct.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't fall on somebody before it starts wobbling.
And a lot of time they're a spec house where they don't have any overhead fixtures, period. They just got switched outlets.
Yeah.
That complies with 21070, gets them their lighting outlet in that habitable room. And like I say, they don't have anything there.
Yeah.
So we get a lot of those calls.
Yeah. Well, okay, so the concept is we're just going to replace the word acceptable with intended. and leave, and you go with the model code there, other than that. We'll see what happens when Mike gets back. He had a lot to say about this.
Do we want to restrict this just to 1 and 2 family dwellings at this time and see how it's received rather than just blanket it and hit the multifamily world?
Well, I mean, we're not really changing we're not changing it, really.
Right.
We're just still saying intended. That's what we said before. We just had a way of knowing what was intended. Now we're relying on them to tell us what's intended. So if I'm a multifamily developer and I'm trying to get my rents down to the lowest possible cost, and he wants to get the job, we're going to say that we're not intending to put any paddle fans in here.
Okay.
Or maybe because I'm not going to flip it, but I want to own the project. I'm going to tell him, I'm going to assume that we're going to put a paddle fan in every bedroom because that's what the tenants are going to want. They're kind of letting the customer decide to do what they want. I think that'll work.
It'll help.
I think it'll work as well in multifamily as it does in single family.
Yeah.
Keith, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this is good. It still gives them an option, but yet it lets them know, that they're required to put it in if they're intending to use that, for a fan. So I think that's a good middle ground.
Okay, so we're talking about this is getting to be like the code making panel meetings. We spent half an hour talking about one word. So 314.27C, we're adopting the model code language. We're modifying it by changing the word acceptable in the second paragraph of C to intended. Got that? And the rest of it, the A, 1, 2, and 3, and B are fine. We don't have issues with that. We never did, so, okay. Oh, all those in favor? Opposed? Oh, we have consensus. Okay. 12:42. Okay, what's next? Let's see, and we had a proposal to delete the amendment. Let's see, we had a PP 17. We better look at that. We didn't really discuss here what he was exactly suggesting that we do. So he says just adopt the model code and require it in new rooms where fan installation is feasible. And he says a standard round 3.0 new construction box for luminaire. Oh, he says it's a difference of about the same thing you found. Yeah. Well, I think that we addressed his basic concern, but we didn't do it the way he wanted to. I think we discussed that, the idea of requiring it in all of them, and we decided that it didn't justify the cost. Okay, so we're rejecting that. Okay, a new Article 315. And that's the part of this over 1,000 volt project. So we don't have much choice about that. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? List item 330.10. Integrated gas spacer cable. Anybody ever seen? No, that's not 330, that's the bill collector. What do we have, a new? List item 11. Yes.
Yeah, Sean Hagan. Through the chair. I'm hearing you say style continuously through this presentation, this committee meeting. And I was just wondering if we were to add the language that we have for the listed and identified cable ties, EN 300.30, have a new
300, you're backing up?
I'm proposing, or I'm suggesting that under 320.30, which is the language that we have for listed and identified and support for cable ties, have that singular language in 300.30 so that that would preclude.
Okay, hang on a second, I'm not with you. We're on 330.10 right now. Are you going back to reopen something we did?
Well, I was going after the next OESC amendment in 320.30.
Oh, it's not on here.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So, well, when we rejected that, that proposal from Mike Stone, I think he included all of those in his,
172.
yeah, if you look at 172 on the matrix, that we took action on all of those.
Okay, so that's taken care of there on line item 172.
Yeah, we did it already.
Okay.
And we can revisit it if you think we need to, but
No,
I don't
no.
think, yeah, recognized components are really subcomponents of things. So they're not discrete products like a cable tie. Like if a cable tie had a detachable end on it or something, that would be the recognized part of it.
Right, right. Okay.
Okay. So what, they just added damp to wet location in 11? That what happened here? Yeah, well, yeah, this is one of those things where probably some inspector got really crazy and said, well, you can't put in this damp location because it doesn't say you can. But it's okay for wet. Some of this stuff is like one inspector somewhere did it. So someone writes a proposal, you're gonna have to listen to that again.
And as soon as I find them, I'll make sure they don't inspect anymore.
Like in Eugene, Oregon. 334.10. Revised list text in list item 2 for use of attached garages in multifamily. Okay. I bet none of you inspectors ever thought that you wouldn't include the garage, but which one are you talking about?
330.
185? We approved it. And we're about to improve the next one, I think. Any discussion on 334.10? I think that's probably a clarification of what you probably were already doing. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? What did you say?
Same.
Inspector, exactly. Okay, now we have our amendment to 334.12A, where we say that NM and NC cables can be installed within a dropped or suspended ceiling cavity in structures other than 1 and 2 family dwellings when installed in accordance with 334. That's still relevant. Um, So if you treat it like it was exposed work, essentially.
I have a question on that one. Why would we allow it in commercial but not residential?
Well, because the use is not permitted is for other than 1 and 2 family. If it's residential, it's already permitted.
Why it's there in that specific.
I mean, that's what we're, yeah, I guess it doesn't say you can't do it, so you can't. Everybody okay with retaining this? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, that carries. Now we go to 334.15B. And there's a change in the model code, and there's also an amendment. So B, we added conduit or tubing shall be provided with a bushing or adapter that provides protection from abrasion at the point the cable enters and exits the raceway. Okay. That's a new requirement. Then we have, okay, so an adapter would include like a male adapter. That's typically what you do, right? Yeah. Yeah, right. Okay, this is not, is this a new requirement? Like we already had to do this. Maybe it just.
I think it's back in wiring methods. Isn't it back in chapter 3?
We're in chapter.
Or I mean, 300, I mean.
Yeah, maybe implied there, maybe made specific.
Mr. Chair, I don't think it's a new requirement for conductors, but I do think it's a new requirement for NM cable.
NM cable. Oh, it is.
For the
Yeah.
sheath and everything.
Yeah.
But for conductors, we've had that in before.
That's a good idea. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and then we have an amendment to 315B that says exposed on-the-hook sheath cable should be protected where it's installed horizontally less than 8 feet above the floor. Exposed NM cable less than 8 feet above the floor that enters the top or bottom of panel board shall be protected from physical damage by conduit, raceway, half-inch plywood, half-inch driveway. We haven't had any trouble interpreting this first sentence because it doesn't tell you how to protect it, but the second sentence does tell you how to protect it. Any questions come up on that?
No, this has been in the table for some time, and I think everybody understands how to read it, what the intent is.
Mhm.
So I haven't had any that I could think of any issues with that.
Yeah. Okay. Tim?
Jim Law again. My question is how wide does this have to be? We got nothing to say. It just says it'll be a 1/2 inch wide for your, NM cable that you're running across there. It seems like a couple, 3 code cycles ago that we had a width that had to be of 12 inches or something like this for protection. Has that been removed?
What is this thing you're talking about?
Yeah.
Horizontal.
This is
No horizontal protection.
It goes on top of the notches in the studs? Or
Notches or drill
they could be
holes, but
going-
if we're running it horizontally,
See, yeah.
do we provide a width area for protection of that?
I see what you mean, yeah.
What you end up seeing in the field is inspector calls it, they go back and they just take a 6 inch piece of plywood or drywall or whatever. and they
Sheetrock,
just
yeah.
lay it- Or sheetrock, and they just lay a strip right where the wire's at.
But I thought we had that in there at one time, like it was 4 inches, it seems like, protection for that area, but I don't know if you want to address that as the panel now or not.
Each, what do you say? What are you hearing?
Well, yeah, it seems to, I haven't heard anything, so it seems like it's takes care of itself in the field. It's somewhat up to whatever the inspector's going to accept. Normally I used to see 1x4, across the face of the cable.
What do you say, Chris?
If they have something there that protects it, so nobody could hang a tool on it or
Yeah,
step on it, trying to grab something up. I mean, that's really what it's there for, right?
it'd be 2 inches wide.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't say.
Yeah. But you can't say no. What about you guys down there?
The same thing. Going back to 110.27, talking about protecting things from damage. There's not a whole lot of stuff in there about how to protect it, but it just says to protect it. So when we go out there and look at the situation, and go, this doesn't look protected, but does 2 inches of drywall fit or 6 inches drywall fit, or maybe sleeving it with some PVC or EMT at this point, maybe not.
So it's a 90.4 thing.
So it's sort of like a brainstorming thing.
Yeah.
Each situation is a little different.
Have to sell it to you. Is that the way you see it, Joe?
We see most people avoid this just because they don't want to put the runner on there or protection. So we see a lot of people go up, over, then down.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of polices itself. I mean, there's
It's the
cases,
intent.
it's mainly the homeowner, somebody you might run across this and then,
Yeah.
and it's just a protection issue. You just gotta
Yeah.
work with them.
Commercial wire's gotten so expensive. Oh, lumber's expensive too. Everything's expensive. You too?
Yes, same thing, or a 1x4 across the front, just so if something's coming
Okay.
into it, it stops it.
Okay, sounds like everybody's comfortable with what we've got. All those in favor of retaining the amendment to 334.15B, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Okay, and then 15C, we removed crawl spaces where you have to do all this protection. Thought that was, at least at the time that they added it, we did. How's that working? Seeing any problems in the field with that one? Okay, all those in favor of retaining that amendment? 314.15C, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 334.19. Entries. Already had this. We had this somewhere else. Was that in the boxes in 314? Yeah, 314.
Yeah, yes.
So it's kind of redundant, but guess we approved it there. We probably better approve it here. All those in favor of 334.19, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 334.24. Bending radius adds a requirement for flat cables using the major diameter dimension of the cable shall be used to determine the bending radius. Wow. Pretty weird. You don't bend it that way usually. There you go.
I always wondered if this applied to the conductors when you fold them up in the box, in the switch box, how you meet this.
I guess if you're nailing it on the surface or something, it is going to be the flat dimension bending, not the inside the wall. You're going to bend it on the arrow. How about this? As long as the inspectors are busy enough, we'll never have to talk about this. But all those in favor say aye. Aye. Thinking about a wire, a piece of Romex coming out of a stud, of a hole in a stud, and then going up the stud. And the bending radius of that wire has to be 4 times the width of the cable, not the thickness of it. You'd have to do the big, which is probably worse than making it tight, right? Am I reading that right?
That is a question I'd like to ask the inspectors, because I know when the guys are pulling the wire through the stud and then down the box, it's just tight right to the drilled hole.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're not like 14.2, about a 1/2 inch, it's a 2.5 inch bending radius.
Yeah. You think this is you think this is only in a box?
Doesn't say that.
I don't think it says that. But I like
Because it says any bend during or after installation.
How do you bend something after?
I don't know. I don't think it's getting in the weeds a little bit on the bending radius, you know, on the, I mean, I think the intent is so that it doesn't, I mean, I got pictures on my phone where Romex got that curly Q in it, you know, when you're pulling it and it loops on itself and then pulls up against the stud.
Yeah.
Right? I got pictures on my phone where that's gotten hot and caused a fire.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That
But
was prohibited without this new language.
right.
But so we'll have to do this. We just voted to do it. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about.
I would almost entertain a motion to go back and just delete it, because I think it's just going to create some, you're going to put it in and the inspector's going to go, wait, nope. And now you're going back and redoing a whole house.
It is a potential for being an issue. Yeah, especially with all the new inspectors that we're creating. So. Yeah.
I mean, it says for flat cables. I don't know what that means really. Does that mean when it's installed flat on the wall or something?
No, like the
Or does it mean
14,
a cable that has that's sort of flat looking, not really flat?
Chair, I consider 12.3 to be round cable and 12.2 to be flat cable.
Okay. Okay.
and they have 12.3 that's flat.
Well,
3 is now flat.
so I take that back. 14.3.
Well, you consider a cable that's round if you're round, or if it's not
If
round.
it's round,
flat.
it's round. If it's not round, it's flat.
What if we change major to minor? I mean, we weren't in the panel. Is this your panel? No, this isn't mine. Because I mean, presumably they got some data that led them to do this, but not necessarily. But when I said it'll be safer, and I said, okay. Look at the PI. I mean, if we said the minor dimension, now we're talking about
1.25 or about.
What?
About 1.25 inches. Yeah, if you figure about 1/4 inch,
Yeah.
probably a little big.
Yeah. So you got the width of the hole, because you could go from the bottom of the hole. I mean, now you're probably there. You think?
That's what I would think.
Yeah.
Definitely be easier, I think, a little bit to give the interpretation.
What do you guys think of that idea?
It's gonna be a cost issue too. These guys that do multifamilies, they got to do the big loop every time. I mean, that's gonna add up.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just the material, but.
doing a couple hundred units.
Yeah, retraining.
You're already required to protect the cable and do it in a way that doesn't damage it. So, you know, you really even need this thing?
Yeah, what is this fixing? What is it? What's broken, you know?
So like an inspector couldn't say that you installed this in a way that damaged it, so we have to have a rule that tells you how to do it where it won't damage it. Does it seem necessary somehow? You want to reconsider this one? All those in favor of reconsidering? Say aye. Need a motion? Do what?
Reconsider, I guess.
No, it's already reconsidered. It's on the table.
I did.
Chair,
Yes.
what if it just bends in type NM and NMC cable shall be made that the cable will not be damaged? That would be it.
How, that's pretty vague. I mean, how do you enforce that, or where does it become damaged? I'm just thinking practically.
I think that, as I read this carefully, I think that it currently said that the bend shall be not less than 5 times the diameter of the cable. And everybody thought that was okay. And then somebody came along and said, well, you're laying this cable flat, 5 times you need to do 5 times the flat dimension. And so they had to put that in the code to make it clear. But what isn't clear is what does flat cable mean? If you think it means what Brian thought it means, and that isn't what I just said I thought it meant. So the problem is the new language. Maybe we should just not adopt the new language. Problem with this before. Yeah. Okay. A motion? You say it loud enough, turn on your mic and say it loud enough.
A motion not to adopt it.
Okay, so motion is to delete the new language, the last sentence from 334.24. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That is not accepted. A lot of stuff happened in 334. It's because of all this room that's used nowadays. 334.80. Capacity. What is 310.14A2? Anybody know?
Yeah, that's if you got a 10% or 10 feet of ambient temperature change.
Uh-huh.
You got to calculate if it's less than that, you're allowed to, like if you had a run and it went through also in a really hot area for 10 feet, you'd have to calculate the ambient temperature difference or more than 10 feet. It's just an exception. They're saying that exception doesn't apply. It's more on a commercial application, like you're running a pipe and you go past a boiler room and the boiler room's, 150 degrees. It correct the whole run for that.
So, a lot of concentrated effort to figure out how to apply that when you're running Romex through the attic of a house.
You're not gonna spend the time.
You're not gonna bother. Okay. Okay. Everybody okay with that? Need some more time? Russ, you okay? Look at it a
It's
little more.
gonna read 310.14A2.
Yeah. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? There's a lot. Okay, 334, 112. Changing the informational note. No. That's what we call editorial. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, before we leave NM, we have a alternate method, statewide alternate method 0803 that applies to 334-12B4. I didn't know if we wanted to reference it or.
okay. Do we have that alternate method?
I looked it up on the website.
I'll tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a break?
Okay.
And during that break, maybe we can get the alternate method up on the screen share, and then maybe we can adopt it.
Awesome, thank
Put it
you.
into the code.
All right.
Okay, well, let's get started again. So, guys ready? That statewide alternate method that John was referring to is probably covered by our amendment to 300.9. But if you look at the page 22 of the matrix, the last thing that we're going to do is go through the matrix, go through this, all of the statewide alternate methods and code interpretations, and as many as possible, turn them into code. You know, in the perfect world, there would be none that we would carry forward. Some of them we've found over the years that just don't lend themselves to code language. So there's not that many, and that's because every cycle we try to eliminate them. So we are now ready for Article 336. 336.10 is uses permitted. And what did we do? We added list item 12 to allow TCER for service entrances. Yeah,
We expanded the use to allow it in commercial. If you're on the table 1E.
yeah. No, I was looking at the other change. Okay, well, let's accept the new list item 12 that allows it for services. Any discussion of that? Hearing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and then we have a amendment to 336.10.9, where we delete the 1 and 2 family dwelling units and just allow the use of TCERJP for branch circuits and feeders inside buildings. And this is for the split systems, I think.
Mostly, yes. Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of carrying or any discussion of that amendment? 336.10. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? So that gets carried forward. Now we go to 337.108. P cable. Anybody ever seen type P cable? 108.
Oh, this is the zip tie.
No.
Oh, I see. No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Any equipment grounding conductor shall be provided within multi-conductor type P cable. But then, okay, so that seems fine. That's kind of a product specification. So, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? And then 115, the jacketing is a bigger section at least. It allows multi-conductor cables shall have an overall non-top jacket that's impervious to moisture. Okay. Anybody know what type P cable is?
Type P cable is also known as marine shipboard cable.
Oh. Which I guess so they must use it in buildings sometime because it's ships aren't under the code. Okay, all those in favor of the amendments to 337, 115? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 337, 116. Tinned copper, stainless steel or aluminum, commercial bronze. Wow. Like cheap stuff.
In copper. Because of the corrosion.
Or stainless steel or aluminum or commercial bronze. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? 338. SC table. And what do we have here? Oh, this is a major dimension thing again. This is the same question. We don't know what it means. If we knew what flat cable was, we could probably decide whether we think it applies.
Make a motion, we delete like we did in NM.
Okay.
Yes.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We rejected the change to 338.24 in the model code, that last sentence. Flat cables. You got a questioning look on your face. Got it? Okay, 340.24. We have same thing again for UF cable. We'd be inconsistent and approve it in this case, just for fun. All those in favor of deleting the text in 340.24, the new text in the model code, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we have 342 IMC, 342.10B. Most of them. Oh. Somebody must have come up with a direct burial application that wasn't in direct contact with the earth or concrete.
You could lay it on top of the earth, but you couldn't put it under the ground.
Yes, I don't know. It's that guy again. Okay. All those in favor of this change to 242.10B, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And now we have 20B, which is, metric designator. Just a I think there's a typo in the code there. I think that should be 6-inch. Not 6. See what they changed here. Just crazy about this stuff. And I gotta understand every little stupid Well, they went from the largest size before was, well, it said trade size 4 before. I guess that's a thing. Inch, but they're allowing it up to 6-inch now instead of up to 4-inch. Need Joe to pack that one around. I'm not picking up a 6-inch IMC, I'll tell you that. All those in favor of a 6-inch IMC, raise your hand, or say aye rather. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 4230A3 adds an exception. In concealed work, finished buildings or ready to be fished. And have you ever fished IMC?
Dropped.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? The 344, this is rigid. Okay, we've got NB. They did the direct burial thing again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Just looking at the other, that was B1, actually. And in B2, we've got a similar requirement where it's identified. Weird. There must be some difference in the product standards between direct contact with earth and direct burial.
Yeah.
But I mean, even for all of these, because they're adding this in all of these sections, it's got to be a product standard issue. It can't be installation problem. Okay, then we have an exception in 344.20A to allow 3/4, 3/8 inch rigid to enclose motor leads. Like that's like pneumatic, I think, kind of thing. Yeah. Any discussion of 344.20A? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 348.2. I think this is that relocated, reconditioned equipment thing again. Got moved to the Doc 2 section, like we talked about before. Then, is there any discussion of that? All those in favor say aye. Then in 350.2, we have similar thing, I think. Can't recondition liquid type flexible metal conduit. That is really a weird idea. I guess flexible metal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Would you recondition?
I don't know.
352.10B. PVC shall be permitted to be encased in concrete. Hear that? I guess it wasn't specifically not allowed, so. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
352.10K. And is not permitted usually. Subject to physical damage, use 6, Schedule 80. That new? Got moved. Not a new requirement, is it? It's just been in services before.
It calls out the Schedule 80 specific.
This is new. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
352.44B. Mansion fittings. I think they put this in list format or something, because it's not. These
They
aren't,
added the requirement for expansion fittings where you're emerging from grade.
when you're emerging from grade, right? Because we always had expansion fittings. So B is what's new.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, boy. Pretty big deal. We don't get frost heaves around here.
We get it.
You get it over there? Yeah. Yeah. We do get earth movement, of course. Earthquakes and things.
Yeah, this is Jim M. Law again. I guess my question is, what's the cost going to be if you have to put these in? Is it, it's going to be an additional cost, is it not?
Yeah, every service entrance, you know,
Right.
every piece of PVC that comes out of a building goes
Unless you
underground.
can guess based on calculation, if it's only 4 feet, it's less than a quarter of an inch, but that's basically 352.44. Looking at your temperature coefficients, you're a little different over there, Russ, on the east side versus what we got over here on the coast or anywhere else.
I don't know why I only see it on larger conduit, but for most of the time I see where it's pulled out of the meter or pushed up into the panel or separated. It is on larger conduit, like 2-inch and up, probably because of the expansion coefficient.
Yeah. That's the only thing I was trying to say.
Is when required to compensate for settling or movement included in including frost heave. So this is a judgment call for the inspectors. And it does not say that you have to use table 352.44A. So it doesn't really even tell you how to do it. $800. But probably you're going to say over there, I think you need to do it on these larger size conduits because I see it failing. That's when it's required, because it's, when it says something like that, it's the AHJ or the installer that's going to decide when it's required.
And it's really already in there in part 300.5J from the
It is,
information
yeah.
on the hook.
Yeah. So it's kind of it's not really enforceable code in a way. I guess it is, but try to enforce it. It doesn't apply the expansion coefficients. Doesn't say to do that. Just says put an expansion fitting in there. Gives you no guidance about how to do it. It just says when you need to do it, do it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It does point you to a vote on 300.5J for
Yeah.
earth movement.
Right.
And they're calling out earth movement, so I wonder if we're dealing with non-compact trench, non-compact soil, something where that is going to settle around it, maybe pull or tug on that raceway. Maybe that's why they're leaving it to
Say that again. I'm sorry.
this particular one is referencing earth movement around that conduit, not necessarily thermal coefficient.
Right, or frost heave.
So it sounds like they're talking about earth settling, maybe sand, soil compaction, something like that.
Or heaving.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's very subjective.
Right.
But there's probably places where it's not so subjective, you know, where it's currently minus 15 degrees in North Dakota or something. You probably know a lot about this. And Russ has some experience with it.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen them pull out or pushed up in the bottom of panels. But like I said, usually on larger pipe.
Yeah, and you don't really know what the installation conditions were underneath or anything else. Of course, over there, it's probably lava underneath it, so it's got nowhere to go. So,
Not a lot of rock.
okay, well, what do you think? Should we adopt this? This seems sort of, it puts a lot on the inspectors, actually. Okay, well, since, I don't see it being enforced at all in the valley, do you? I mean, maybe if it's all fill, you could say it's settled, but it's not supposed to settle.
So.
All those in favor of adopting it,
A
say aye.
rough electrical,
Those opposed?
you have to
Are they trying to talk to us?
schedule a service as well. So
Yeah, this is Bud. I live in the Grand and then we have frost heave over here an awful lot.
Yeah.
And I've seen an awful lot of conduits smaller than 2-inch come apart. They just come out of the fitting if they don't have a expansion fitting on them. I mean, we get a lot of frost heave around here, a lot.
So how would you apply this new section if you,
I have them put expansion fittings on anything that comes up through the earth. If it comes up through concrete, I don't have them put it on. You know, if they're putting a concrete sidewalk or something there.
are you already doing that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you are. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't need this section really.
Pardon me?
You don't need a new section in the code to permit you to call it.
There's already one in there that I take care of it for. So,
Yeah, you do it under 300.5.
yes, I do.
Yeah. Kind of redundant, so it doesn't really add anything. So all those in favor of adding this, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. we're gonna add 358. EMT, what are we doing to EMT? 20A. Sounds familiar. Break, added 6-inch. I think I read an article about this. They're going to 6-inch on everything because people wanted to use it.
Big.
Yeah, I mean, not anything I'd
Larger
ever do.
surfaces.
The industrial stuff. All those in favor of 6-inch EMT? You vote yes, you've got to do it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Oh, that was the smaller size we voted on. Now we got to vote on the larger size. What's smaller size? Oh, that's the 3/8 for the motor leads. All those in favor of the smaller size, say aye.
Aye.
362. Got 2, you can't recondition EMT. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
This is really, somebody must have tried to do it. 362.10. Not seeing that. 362.10, what? It's 362.10.5 exception. Is that what she's talking about? Oh, no, it's all over the place. Exception. So if it's a sprinkled building, you can use it above 3 floors. That's going to be an issue in the city, I would think.
Mr. Chair, I just got a concern about, now we're having a requirement, it might have already been previous in code, but we've been training inspectors to take a look at building types, classifications, type 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, dealing with what conductors and raceways and systems we can use in there. And then to add another requirement just for a particular type of raceway seems pretty confusing at best. Means, you know, if we can tie this into a class 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5 type system to go along with all the other things that we have regarding that. I don't necessarily think it's just to add some confusion by now. You have to go find out if the fire sprinkler approved, the automatic fire protective system is approved before we can see whether this ENT is.
Yeah.
Just an extra hoop to jump through for the compliance section.
It's changed. It looks like. Just looking at the change in 5, the exception to 5. It says protected throughout by is the original language, so it must have said something there before. I would say.
It used to say installed where buildings is protected throughout by a fire sprinkler system installed in accordance with NFPA 13.
Well, this isn't really new. They just changed it from fire sprinkler system to a fire protective system, automatic fire protective system. It's probably a terminology change in 13 or something.
I just wanted to point out that it's confusing to inspectors.
But it was before. Was it confusing? Did it come up? I mean, did you see it?
We have inspectors, as you know, we have inspectors at different levels of experience, and we're trying to bring them all up to the same level and doing some basic training. They seem to finally catch hold of the construction types and when to ask for them and when those are appropriate. This extra section, you know, quite honestly, I don't think we've looked at it too intently because we've seen a lot of ENT actually be used in concrete.
Yeah. People haven't been using it. Yeah. Same with you, Joe. Yeah. And you too, I assume. You too. You haven't been seeing it outside of concrete.
No,
So-
our big places.
Don't want it anyway. Yeah. Yeah, the engineers probably aren't specing it, and this type of building typically engineered, so. But it could come up. Well, if there's a correlation to a building type, we'd need a building inspector person, structural code expert to tell us. If you want to, we can table this and ask some expertise from building codes. You know, if you want to, we could table this and ask building codes to bring a structural inspector person in here and tell us if there's another way to accomplish this. Okay, so this has only come up in Article 362, right? So we're going to table 362.10. We're going to ask you to have someone structural chief or Roger or some 336.10C. Auxiliary gutter shall be permitted to extend a distance not greater than 30 feet beyond the equipment that it supplements. No idea. What's the difference between an auxiliary gutter and a gutter? Gutter a different article? Is there?
Take a look at a product manufacturer that makes auxiliary gutter. They have the same exact product also listed as a wireway.
Yeah. wireway.
It's fulfilled. It's listed multiple.
Yeah.
It's capable of being listed multiple.
Yeah. But they have different uses, I guess. Okay, well, we don't know why they did this, but probably ought to approve it unless you want to go back and research the code development.
We'll just stop and put an end cap and start again.
Or just call it a wireway. Okay. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, we have a new Article 369. This is for insulated pipe bus tubular covered conductors. Now they came into panel 5 or 10 and talked about this stuff and said, this is a cart before the horse issue. They can't get the product standard approved if it isn't in the code. And we didn't want to put it in the code because there was no product standard. We finally agreed to put it in the code so they could get a product standard, then they can make it. So there'll be more on this later. I think. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye. Opposed? 70, 120. Got a requirement. Oh, this is it's really new or is it moved? Changed. Setting it up from list to list one. Yes.
Jim Emlaw again. I was part of the committee in Canada for the rewrite of the standards for cable bus. And there was a big push of how they were going to make and mark each section. And they built that into the standard and then it became part of the code, this code cycle by adoption. So that was the intent for each individual section piece that they make, which is made specifically for the installation that they're putting in, that each piece will have a nameplate on it with this identification.
Okay. So they just kind of expanded the marking requirements that were already in there.
They wanted to make sure that the inspectors could go and look at that, see these labels rated for the environment and all the conditions that are put onto each individual piece.
They didn't start sticking.
Sorry to jump in, but
that's good.
I was involved with that. It only took, they said 6 months, but it was 3 years.
Oh, geez. You spent a whole day talking about one word. Okay, any discussion of 370, 120? All those in favor, say aye. Carries. 371, new Article 371, flexible bus systems. This is another new product that doesn't exist yet. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Carries. 374. Cellular metal floor raceways. That's 6. Advised to align with the standard. Bearing fittings to be listed. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Carries. 376, metal wireways. 60. shall be permitted as an equipment grounding conductor in accordance with. Seems rather unnecessary. But we weren't supposed to do that. Didn't they tell us not to, we're back and forth between code sections? As that got through the correlating committee, they had a new section like that. But it is, are you looking in 118 to see if it's actually there? Is it?
18.13 says other listed electrically or raceway.
This is, yeah, this is not one of. Why they put it in here. Somebody should submit a PI saying this belongs in 118 and put it in there. We will get that. But in the meantime, all those in favor? Opposed? And 394. $394, 12.5.
Your addendum.
Oh, this is our thing. Okay. I'd say, imagine why the national code would be changing. But we have a whole set of rules on how you can use knob and tube. Insulating it. Affected. Effects. Yep. I'll be still seeing that all the time.
This has worked well. I haven't talked to anybody about this for quite a while, but I don't think anything's changed.
Sorry, to the chair. I got one thing on this one. This would be to update the item number 6 there, where it says 31015B16 FPA 70, 2017. That's
Updated. It's still the right reference, just the wrong code cycle. It moved.
31015B16 isn't there anymore. It's just 31016 now, right?
Oh, there's no B16. It's 31016 now.
Yeah.
Change back to 16. Rewrite of Article 310.
Oh, okay.
Just a clerical error.
Yeah.
394 update,
So it's not a table anymore. It's just
reference.
And we should take out the addition of the
It's
code.
a table still. It's a table.
Oh, yeah. Go 31016. I don't think we need to cite the addition of the code because this is an amendment to the code, to the 2023 edition of NFPA 70. I think we can just change that to table 31016, period. Good, thank you. That's a good call. Actually,
I got the
I wonder if that ASTM standard has been updated. It was another thing they told us was to stop putting the dates in the E84. This is usually something we would ask a inspector, one of the, there's still a standard. I don't know what the latest one is, but we can probably just delete the date of the edition, the 2017 edition, and it's updated. I mean, unless we want to get the building official to decide if that's right standard, not an electrical thing. But generally, in the NEC, they've been moving away from putting the edition dates in there, just the standard name. You don't have to amend it every cycle. Okay, with those amendments, all those in favor of the amendment to 394.12.5, say aye. Aye. Okay, that's the end of chapter 3. We got 5 minutes left, so we stop here and we'll pick it up after the holidays. Everybody have a good